Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. The Panthers on a prowl will continue driving down the field to the red zone. We just got a first down and 10. Smitty on the loose, wide open Ted again. Stack 6 more on the board, looking like a win. With the 6-game winning streak, put them out their misery. Brady wanna cry when the ref threw the penalty. Panthers got a hot team, Patriots the enemy. Draw the first blood, different team than we used to be. Cam swerving through the traffic, signaling a first down. Fans on their feet and the crowd getting really loud. Offense did a job off the field. There's a towel. Bank of America Stadium is going down. Defense got him pushed back to the end zone. Hardy with the sack. That's a safety and we got the ball. Rushing on your shotgun, staring at the barrel, y'all. All New England fans hear him saying that ain't fair at all. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Better watch the linebacker, he can read you like a book. Run 40 yards just to tackle Luke. Got him shook, Tobert like a tank. And D'Angelo with the fake. Stiff arm, out of bounds, 25 to game. Stewart back, healthy 3 lethal running backs. It's suicide, add the wide receivers, it's a rout. Secret weapon, make plays, Greg Olsen make it happen. Keep pounding on these haters, we ain't playing John Madden. Legion of the hometown go boom. Force and fumbles, Panthers making sure the ball is loose. Jack move, Charles Johnson, yeah, he will come attack you. State of mind, mentally and physically, we pass you. Godfrey in the nickel back, and he making sure we're safe. Panthers on the prowl, we gon' come and elevate the state. Hard fought thriller, only 59 seconds left. Panther fans on the feet, heart beating out the chest. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. What's up? Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding. Ice up, son. What's up? Ice up, son. Carolina, keep pounding. Carolina, keep pounding.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, how you guys doing? We are back for one more Panther stream before training camp. in July, or what is formerly known as training camp, until next year. Since it has been canceled for the last 2 years, to the public. But this stream is post-draft analysis and press conferences. So let's get into it. Keep pounding. Hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so, and don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news, such as scheduling for the channel and for the Yahoo Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Football League. If you like the intro that you see on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram using her last name first, Ty, T-A-I Lindara, L-I-N-D-A-R-A, for videos, panels, etc. to enhance your streaming content creation experience. She's looking for new clients. She's awesome to work with and just awesome in general. Lindara Ty on Instagram. Also, go check out Monster Grub and Sub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. If you want to get yourself some tasty subs, the owner is a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi. And he will hook you up with some tasty food. You got to pay for it, of course, but it is worth your while and time. And also, Vinny's Pizza out in Duluth, Georgia, out in Dirty Bird territory. We're going to be playing in Atlanta, second week of the year. Go get yourself some Vinny's Pizza if you're heading to the Atlanta game versus Panthers, week 2. Don't just take my word for it. It's the best pizza in the Southeast, in my opinion. Go check it out for yourself. Go try it yourself. I promise you, it's worth. It's right next to the arena in Duluth, Georgia. You can't miss it. All right. Shout out to all the other YouTubers doing their thing. C3, Unk 2020, Pat Coltrane, Bleeding Blue, Carolina Bleeding Blue podcast, which is under our umbrella, and Blitzball Champ under our umbrella as well. Go check out them and go give them a sub. Go give them some love. Tell them we sent you. And many more, of course, out there doing their thing in the Panthers streaming community. As well as outside of the Panthers streaming community, you got Ed Oliver, who does streams for the Washington Commanders, and for the Green Bay Packers, the Packcast, Tom Grossi. Go check out his channel if you haven't already. He covers all the games, live reactions to those games, as many as he can do. But, go check him out. Whichever ones he feels like he wants to do. And I'm also seeing something on my YouTube feed of a Redskins fan channel for the Washington Commanders. So perhaps that is it's 9 views on that, maybe. I don't know how many subs these people have. But I'm seeing a few different types, from different teams. And also shout out to the Falcon streamers as well, But we won't get into that today. We'll save that for week 2. My buddy Corey Rucker, who has been going to concerts with me, has agreed to be on the podcast for the Ravens game. So that is news for you, everybody here. So we're gonna see if he can make it or not. If he can't, then fair enough, But He said he wants to, so we're gonna try to get him in. That's news for our channel, at least. We are still currently discussing which Panthers game we want to attend. You know, which ones we want to attend. I'm still saying the Bears game is on the table for right now because I've got a concert or two within that 5-day period of that weekend. So possibly 2, actually. So I'm going to see if I can make that happen. It's going to be expensive, but I may end up staying in Charlotte for the full 5 days. We'll see. With my buddy. You know, we're discussing it. We kind of left it open-ended discussion on that, so. But I think that Bears game might be possible. So, for the season opener at home. Now, we have post-draft analysis and pressers to do. So let's jump into this, shall we? All right. First of all, I'd like to discuss the I'd like to do the press conferences first, then discuss our drafted players and undrafted players, then get into record predictions for this year, because I did run a sim on the Playoff Predictors website just to see, you know, based on what we know right now, you know, minus injuries, minus all the situations that might pop up, you know, during the regular season, which there are many. This is not a set record prediction, okay? This is just a way, way, way too early record prediction of what we're dealing with for this year, based on what we know thus far. I'll go ahead and, you know what, let's go ahead and post that on stream so people can see that real quick, because I think people would be interested in that. Of course, I'm going to have to go back and change out one or two of them, because I did go a little too win happy with a couple of these teams. But this is essentially what you're dealing with. And I'm going to say this. Seattle is still that same team that they were last year. They didn't lose much. The Rams, still that same team. So both of these teams are going to be battling for the NFC crown yet again. San Francisco's got a lot of firepower. I do think that they could get within anywhere between 10 and 12 wins. I think that's a possibility for San Francisco based on their schedule. But, you know, you have to factor in injuries as well, so anything can happen there. The Cardinals, of course, 3-14, will be vying for Archie Manning, which I don't see that happening. The Cardinals don't know what they're doing with quarterbacks, so I don't think that's going to happen. You go down to the Central. Let's look at the Bears, 11-6. I think they're going to surprise a lot of people. They've got a lot of firepower on that team, and you know it's a lot more of a dangerous team than people think it is, defensively. And that defense that carried them through a lot of those games last year and led them to the playoffs. So do not be surprised to see them battling with Green Bay for that division title again. Back and forth. And as we've noticed from last year when those two battled each other, it was whoever had home field advantage that would win. And it wasn't by much either. It would be by some trick play or overtime or something else. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's going to look a lot the same way in the NFC. You know, this is last year's record predictions personified. And we're going into this next season, you know, with that same mindset. So, what I'm thinking is, can we change this to a 2016? I want to do this 2016. I still want to use that same website, but I want to I did this this week actually. Off sheet. So it's 2015. There it is. That's what I want. We got to do the whole I am not a robot thing. I hate those. All right. So what I think you're going to see a lot of the same, you know, out of these. So if you guys want me to quickly run through these, I could do that. I think Jets over Titans. Looking at Bills over Houston, Jacksonville over Cleveland first week. Cleveland is just that bad. They can't figure out what quarterback they're using, so yeah. And Trevor Lawrence has been playing a little bit better. Not much better, but a little bit better. Enough that it makes a difference. Baltimore and the Colts. That's the first real matchup you see on this list. And Lamar Jackson is back. The Colts have been struggling late season. I think I got to give that one to Baltimore. They've got more firepower. Dolphins and Raiders. Who is Miami's quarterback currently? I need to look that up real quick. Because I don't even know the answer to that. Dolphins QB. Okay, Malik Willis, Cam Miller, Quinn Ewers, and Mark. Yeah, it's going to be Malik. All right, so from what we know about Malik, I will say they're better than the Raiders currently. The Raiders did not help themselves in the draft at all or in the offseason. They only got a few pieces that were legitimately, like, worth looking at. But, honestly, it's not that much of an improvement. The Dolphins loaded up. I will say the Dolphins picked up 4 of the people that were on my mock draft board in this draft. 4. And that's insane. For them to pick up that number of people. I think they had probably had a scout checking out my VODs. But you never know. Maybe they were just scouting the same people. Who knows? But that's not a coincidence. I refuse to believe that's a coincidence at this point. But yeah, Dolphins, once they get those real rookies trained and adjusted within their own roster, yeah, that's going to be a dangerous game right there for the Raiders. They're not making it out of there with a win. Chiefs and Broncos. Bo Nix has been playing a little bit better, but the Chiefs are the Chiefs. Let's just be real. Seahawks, Patriots. You know I got to go with Seattle. Seattle's just stacked to the moon. Pittsburgh now has Aaron Rodgers for 1 more year on his contract. I did not see how much that was. contract wise? Does anybody have the amount of how much he signed for? Because I don't think it was ever released, was it? You'd have to go on Over the Cap to get it, and like it takes them like a day or two to get that in their system. So I'm going to say Pittsburgh over Atlanta there because of Aaron Rodgers. He's retiring after this year. And they want to see Aaron Rodgers go out with a blaze of glory, you know, division leader, you know, playoff winner, you know, you name it. But honestly, the storyline is going to go KC though, you know, towards KC, because isn't this Travis Kelce's last year as well? Or is he... I forget what I heard about that, but it's been a month and a half since I heard anything about the Chiefs. So, you know, bear with me on that. But I don't think Travis Kelce's going to last that much longer in the league. So they're going to want him to go out in a blaze of glory. So they're probably going to try to get KC to win everything. If you believe in the storyline thing, you know, like it's WWE or something like that. Now here is the first official test for Tampa Bay. There is a small chance that we could see the Bengals come out of this with a win because of Ja'Marr Chase. T. Higgins, of course, and Ja'Marr Chase are going to like run circles around that defense. But my whole thing is, how is Baker Mayfield going to respond? And if Baker Mayfield responds, I see a win for Tampa. I'm going to go ahead and mark that as a win for Tampa. Upset. That's my first upset pick right there. We've seen Tampa like get wins like that every now and then. And it surprises people because they're like, oh yeah, well Tampa doesn't really have the roster for this type of thing. But yet they outplay their opponent. You know, and it'll typically be like an AFC opponent or somebody like that they're not supposed to beat. So, but it'll be at somebody at their level, you know, of talent. And that's the crazy part about it. So, Chargers, obviously, over the Cardinals. Cardinals are trash. Rams and San Francisco in week 1. That's a really good one right there because I don't know which way this is going to go. The Rams have more talent. The Niners added to their talent pool. So this could be a lot closer game than people think it will. We'll have to see like who's starting, who isn't, you know, of the new rookies, you know, for both of these teams. I think the Rams mostly got depth. There might be one or two rookies that are actually going to start in their respective positions, but I think mostly depth. If you see any rookies in week 1 at all. I got to go Rams here. That's in LA. Now let's assume for our game against the Bears at home in Charlotte that Brad Isaac does his job. And this dude actually is calling the plays correctly, and Dave Canales is the problem as far as play calling between the two of them. Because we know one of the two of them is the problem right at the moment. Everybody is saying that Dave Canales does not know how to call plays. I'm saying the opposite. So we'll see which one is true. And we'll know very quickly in the fourth quarter of this Bears game, you know, which one is correct. I'm going to call a win for us right there. I think we win. But let's assume Brad Isaac does his job. That's what we're assuming when we go through this schedule this year. All right, so Lions, Saints, Lions. That's an easy one for me. Green Bay and Minnesota. Now, this has been a traditionally great rivalry right here. I just wanted to do the first week, and then I was going to go through the whole Panthers schedule and the Buccaneers schedule. Because people need to see like what we're doing with on our schedule versus Tampa Bay. These two teams will be battling for the NFC South title at the end of the year. I'm saying it right now, right here, right now. Way too early prediction. It's going to happen. The Saints are going to fall off. The Falcons are going to be trash. And you'll see that as we go through this. What's up, Lock Poppy? How you doing, man? Now, traditionally, in Minnesota, they've had Green Bay's number. This could go either way, though. Because I think recently, Jordan Love has been outplaying the Vikings. So, we'll see how this goes. It depends on that Green Bay secondary. Have they improved it, or is it still trash? Let's assume it's decent this year. I'm going to go Green Bay. I'd have to really take a really in-depth look at those new rookies and the new signings they got to be able to tell if they've improved or not. Eagles and Washington Eagles, obviously. Cowboys and Giants. Now, we know how Dak Prescott is in regular season play versus playoff play. And it's not a mystery. Dak Prescott plays really well during the regular season, but he sucks during the postseason. So, I'm calling that one a win for Dallas, week 1. Now, watch how this progresses as we go forward. It's going to get real interesting very quickly. Now, let me just show you the Panthers and Buccaneers schedules, and we'll go from there on the rest of them. But right now, we're looking at Buccaneers over Cleveland. Obviously, we beat the Falcons. Obviously. All right, week 3. Week 3. Where are we at? We beat the Browns. Obviously. Easy prediction there. Now, this is the second Buccaneers test that they're going to face, is the Vikings. Now, they are on the same talent level. Here's the question. Since it's in Tampa Bay, Tampa Bay typically has a strong advantage in their own hometown. Can the Vikings start bringing up the load here with their talent level and match Tampa? Or is this going to be a one-sided affair with Baker Mayfield going off in week 3? I'm going to say Tampa wins that one. Since, again, we see Tampa winning some of these games that they're not supposed to win, against balanced opponents that match their talent level. And I'll say this also, the Eagles and Bears is going to be really fun to watch on that week 3 Monday night. I have no idea who's going to win that thing. Week 4. Let's go Panthers and Bucks, of course. Let's see. We play the Lions. I'm going to go ahead and chalk that up as a loss against the Lions. I just don't feel like we have everything in place that we need in place offensively to take on the Lions at that point early in the season. I could be wrong. It depends on Brad Isaac and Dave Canales. They have to be working together offensively in order to beat the Lions. Either one of them is failing at their job and the other is succeeding, or the opposite. Which one of them is succeeding in offensive play calling? I want to know the truth, because this game will tell us fully which one of these two is doing their job correctly and which one isn't. Since we put Brad Isaac in charge, we will keep him in charge for this Lions game. If he does not succeed, that's an L. And we'll know it's Brad Isaac that's the problem. At that point, then that opens the doors to many discussions that we don't really want to have. But if the problem was Dave Canales the whole time, then problem solved. You know, we don't need to change anybody out. We just need Dave Canales to handle his head coaching job as is. All right, so I'm going to show you why the Saints and Falcons are not a problem after we go through ours. Buccaneers are on bye week in week 4. Moving on. Week 5. I'm only focused on the Buccaneers and Panthers right now because of this reason. Buccaneers and Tampa. Now, this is an interesting one because Tampa has had Dallas's number every time they played him recently and been able to match up with them very, very closely. If you've gone back and you looked at some of these scores, it's been very fascinating to watch. That's why I'm calling an upset here against Dallas. Despite Dak Prescott matching Baker Mayfield, it's not going to be enough. Because Dallas, again, neglects their secondary and neglects certain parts of their roster to where Tampa Bay will win this thing. And they do it every single year. We're on bye week that week. Moving on. Week 6. Week 6, you are looking at a game against the Eagles. Philadelphia has way too much talent. But we can match up to teams like this if we're in our element and playing like we're supposed to offensively. Let's assume we are. This is going to come down to 3 points in this game in Philadelphia. Just like it did in KC, just like it did with the Rams, just like it did with some of these other ones. Dallas, Green Bay as well. It's going to come down to 3 points if we're playing like we're supposed to. And our kicker is dynamite. I think if the refs don't cheat us, now the refs do cheat teams. They do try to cheat us sometimes. I want y'all to keep that in mind. Because they screwed us out of the Seattle game last year too. Keep that in mind. So, I'm going to say, with the refs involved, you're looking at a loss against the Eagles. Because that's in Philadelphia and you got the referees. And you have to not beat yourself in that scenario with injuries involved coming out of a bye week. It depends on what injuries we have and where. That's going to make a difference too. That's going to be a critical game right there. That will show the league, if we can win it, that we are here to stay and we can battle against teams like this in the top of the NFC. And consistently do what we're supposed to do. There is a chance that those injuries come back to haunt us, though. Be aware. All right, so Pittsburgh has Tampa Bay here. Aaron Rodgers is the better quarterback out of the two. I will confidently say that. Baker Mayfield has been hot lately, but Rodgers is Rodgers on the field. Let's be real. It's going to be a shootout. I will say these two teams have matched up well against each other in the past. It's going to depend on injuries, matchups, and who the better quarterback is that day. For now, I have to go with Pittsburgh. I have to go with Pittsburgh because of Aaron Rodgers. Now, if Rodgers starts playing terrible, I will change that up. Depending on the injuries, I will change that up. So that right now, that's a 50-50. That could go either way. So week 7. Let's see where we're at. We play the Buccaneers week 7. At home, I see that as a win. We have traditionally had Tampa Bay's number at home in the last 2 years. And I don't see that changing this year. Moving on, week 8. We play Green Bay the following week in Lambeau. All right, so we just come out of a win over Tampa Bay at home. We're feeling good. We're feeling great. We go into Green Bay. Now, this is a big test. The last time we played Green Bay in Lambeau was last year, right around the same time. And we won that game by 3. Can we pull off a win like that again? I'm going to say yes. Let's say yes. I think we do it. I think we pull it off. Now week 9. Well, back to week 8 because we still have to deal with Tampa Bay. Let's see. Tampa versus Atlanta. Tampa wins, obviously. If you lose to Atlanta in that game, you should feel embarrassed, Tampa. Come on now. Let's be real. All right, week 9. Panthers, Broncos at home. Bo Nix versus Bryce. This is typically where we start falling off the wagon wheels. The injuries start to catch up with us. We start to look real bad. I got to go with Denver here. And it costs us a game. Tampa. What is Tampa doing? They're playing the Bears. Bears win. Bears have more firepower than Tampa. That's a given. Week 10. Now, we're playing the Saints. We win against the Saints in the Dome. We get our win. Tampa. What are you guys doing that week? Bye week? Bye week. Okay. Next week. Week 11. Baltimore. Unfortunately, I think Baltimore wins that one. I think, you look at Lamar Jackson, you look at how dangerous this man is. I mean, if we don't contain him, he's going to be a major problem. He's one of those quarterbacks that's going to find his targets. Now, the question is, can you contain those targets and keep him out of the end zone? That's the tricky part. Now keep in mind, they do have Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry is going to be a problem too. And I don't know if our defensive line can handle Derrick Henry right now. We have a few question marks, because we've got new rookies coming in. We still got Derrick Brown. I'll give you that. But Derrick Brown by himself is not enough against Derrick Henry. So what we're going to have to do is make sure that those gaps get closed up as much as possible. Okay, Tampa plays the Lions. I'm going to say Lions take that one. Week 11, going to week 12. Lions have more firepower, obviously. We play in Tampa that Monday night game for week 12. I don't know how that's going to go down. I think we take that one. Maybe. Maybe we take that one. I don't know. Could go either way. After a Baltimore game that is incredibly tough and taking that loss, maybe we take that frustration out on Tampa. I don't know. Week 13 prediction. Again, this is way too early. These could change at any one point. We beat the Vikings. What's Tampa doing? Tampa is playing the Chargers at home. I say Chargers on that one. Chargers have way more firepower. Even with Tampa's ability to match up well with teams of their own level, the Chargers just are slightly above that level of talent. And it's just not going to end well for them. Week 14. That's where their luck ends right there. Then Baltimore shuts them down as well. We're going to get our win over the Saints. So at this point, it's 9-4 over the division. Opponent Buccaneers 5-7. But that changes week 15. I want you to pay attention to this. This is where it changes. If we don't beat the Bengals here, we start dropping. Let's say that that we get this win. Okay, so we're now sitting at 10 wins. Nah. Yeah. I'm going to call this a dub. Against the Bengals. So week 16. Pittsburgh beats us. Rodgers just has our number. He's always had our number every time we played him. It's just not been fun, matchup wise. Buccaneers beat the Falcons. They start climbing the ladder. Week 17. This is the difference maker. Rams beat. Well, no, we could see an upset. We could see an upset here with the Buccaneers over the Rams. But I doubt it. I doubt it. That late in the season, I doubt it. Seattle beats us, obviously. And then we roll into week 18. Where Tampa beats the Saints and we beat the Falcons. So this is going to be our overall final record. Anywhere between 8 and 11 wins is what we're looking at. Anywhere in that range. I'm going to say 8 to 10 because I see injuries coming into play. Could cost us a game. And the referees could cost us a game as well. You know, against Philadelphia. So, my way too early prediction is 9 wins. Currently. Which is still better than Tampa Bay. And that's with Tampa Bay getting a few surprise wins in there that they're supposed to get. Now I want to show you why the Falcons are not relevant. We're going to go Falcons and Saints. Okay? That's what we're doing now. Alright, so week 1, Saints lose to Detroit. Falcons lose to Pittsburgh. Week 2. Ravens beat the Saints. Where are the Falcons at? We beat the Falcons. Week 2. Boom. That's already an 0-5 and 0-6 start for both of these teams. Just right out of the gate. Just in 6 weeks. Saints beat the Raiders. Let's go ahead and say the Saints beat the Raiders in week 3. Green Bay beats the Falcons. Where are we at? Okay, Falcons Saints, big matchup right here on Monday night. Both trash teams again. Saints are better than the Falcons. Falcons find ways to lose. So, moving on. Baltimore beats the Falcons there. Vikings beat the Saints. Week 6. And this is loosely based on the amount of talent. Saints beat the Giants. Falcons, where are you? Bears beat the Falcons. Week 7. Let me let me do something real quick. I gotta message somebody real quick. Sorry about this. It's just whenever I stream, I get my phone blown up with calls and messages. People need stuff, so. Oh, it just now sent. Okay. All right. It's family. What are you gonna do? All right. But like I'm saying, like the Falcons and Saints so far are just not matching up well against these teams on their schedule. It's not looking good if you're a Falcons and Saints fan right at this point. Especially if you're a Falcons fan. You're going to be very unhappy. So yeah, San Francisco. Ouch. Oof. Yeah, that's a Niners victory right there over the Falcons. Week 8. Like, all right, so week 8. Where are we at? Okay, Falcons against the Buccaneers. They lose to the Buccaneers. You never know, though. Falcons might find a way to pull that one off in Tampa when they're not supposed to. I don't know. But at that point, you're going to hear a lot of talk about Archie Manning in Atlanta. Saints have a bye week that week. In week 8, so week 9. Here's where it gets interesting for the Saints because they can now get a dub against Cleveland. Falcons and Bengals in Spain. Now, it depends on how Bo Nix is playing. If Bo Nix is playing well in Denver, you know, a lot of these records are going to go out the window of who Denver is playing. But you've got Bengals playing well as well in the AFC, matching up well against teams like that. So I think, again, this is going to go to the Bengals. Week 10. Chiefs. It's the Falcons. Oh, my goodness. That's an easy one for me. We beat the Saints in New Orleans. Of course, there's always that chance the Saints beat us, too, in their dome. But let's assume we get that win. Bears and Saints. This was a Super Bowl rematch right here of a previous Super Bowl. And I got to give it to the Bears. Bears are the better team right now. Falcons have a bye week. Week 12. This is where I think things could get a little interesting. Falcons could beat the Vikings out of nowhere. I'm calling it a surprise upset there. And the Saints play the Bengals in Cincinnati. I'll go ahead and give that one to the Bengals. Lions over the Falcons. Now again, if the Bengals lose their infamous quarterback, that matchup could change completely. Keep that in mind against the Saints. But against the Falcons, it's not going to make much of a difference. So, Green Bay against the Saints. Green Bay's got the better team. That's just obvious at this point. 14. We beat the Saints in Charlotte. Where is Atlanta? This is a winnable game for Atlanta over Cleveland. I'll give them that. Week 15. I mean, if you Falcons, if you somehow lose to the Browns, that is embarrassing. Like, I'm just going to straight up say it. You got too much talent to lose to the Browns. There's just no way. You might be dealing with Myles Garrett, but I'm still saying that the Falcons have your number. Cleveland, come on now. They are better than you. This could be another surprise Falcons win over Washington. I could see it. If Washington completely drops the ball right here and they get lazy around this time of year, you never know. I'll go ahead and throw the upset in. I'll put it in. I'll give it to y'all. Buccaneers beat the Saints in Tampa. They're just the better team. 16. Saints can beat the Cardinals. There's a dub for the Saints right there. Buccaneers beat the Falcons in Atlanta. Although there isn't a off-the-wall chance Atlanta wins that game. We've seen some weird things happen in the Mercedes Dome, so you never know. You never know. I'm not throwing that one out just yet. But I'm leaving the door cracked, for an upset. I just don't see it happening. Tampa Bay and the Rams. This has been a traditionally great matchup. But like I said, the Rams just have more firepower. They've got Stafford. They've got Puka. They've got all these players, man. It's just, I don't see it. Tampa, I just don't see it. I don't see it. Saints and Falcons match up right here on this Sunday night game here. And I think the Saints win this one again. They won the last time they were in the Dome, and I see it happening again. And finally, week 18, running the Saints and Falcons here. Saints lose to the Buccaneers in New Orleans because Tampa's trying to win the division. And Atlanta gets run out of the place by us in week 18. And I mean run over to take the division. So to finish up, again, you're dealing with a 6-10 Saints team, a 3-14 Falcons team, finishing up. Of course, that 0-6 could turn into 1-5 very quickly if the Saints get lazy. So I advise them not to get lazy. Because a lot of weird things can happen in the Mercedes Dome. I'm telling you right now. Don't get sloppy, Saints. But yeah, it's going to be anywhere from between 8 and 10 win record for us. And that plays very dangerously against the Buccaneers. 8-8. Which could easily turn into a 9-7 very quickly. I don't know that we take the entire division. I think we go 5-1 there, which would bring us down to 10 wins. And then you play injuries into that, could drive us down to 9 wins. 8 or 9 wins. I'm hoping for 9. That's if our offense does their job correctly throughout this year. We take the division again. Now the rest of these are going to get real interesting too, because I can see the Bears taking the division this year, battling swiftly with the Packers for the Central. I see Seattle taking the West again, followed closely by the Rams and the Niners. In the East, in the NFC, I see the Eagles taking it again. You're going to see the same playoff teams again. You're going to see maybe the Giants in second place. It could happen. It could happen. Don't discount them Giants, man. Because Dallas could fall off the wagon at any point. Yes, I know Dak Prescott is a regular season veteran. But the Giants are loading up. Don't be surprised. Washington, you guys just don't have enough weaponry to compete with everybody here. It's just not enough. They're going to be in fourth, unfortunately. All right, going over to the AFC North. Lamar Jackson and Rodgers are going to be battling for this division title, followed swiftly by the Bengals. They're going to have a decent record. Is it going to be enough? They're in the wild card spot. We will see. KC, Chargers, battling it out for division lead again. Broncos may put up enough wins to compete, but we'll see. I think the AFC South, looking at the Colts taking that division. I think Texans battle with them for first place. Jaguars fall off the table again because of their schedule. And the Titans in last place, as usual. AFC East. You're going to have the Bills and the Patriots battling for first place again, as usual. Now, who gets third place? That gets real interesting very quickly because the Dolphins quarterback went to Atlanta. So, you're dealing with Malik Willis in Miami now. Is Malik Willis enough to get by the Jets? I think so. So that's what your overall final records are going to look like based on what we know right now. Is what I just explained. Of course, you have to figure out like how good the rookies are, how good are the new additions, through off season, what injuries are going to occur, how are things going to shift versus in momentum wise throughout the schedules. We will see. So, I just wanted to give you guys kind of an idea of what we're dealing with. Way too early to look at it, of course, but a lot can change very quickly. We will see what kind of rookies pop off, in training camp, in preseason, and earn a spot on the roster and then start popping off during the regular season. That can change some games. You never know. As far as the race for Archie Manning, I'm going to go ahead and say that there's going to be 3 teams making an offer to Cleveland for that number 1 pick. Or the Titans. Depending on which one ends up at number 1 pick. Either way, they're both going to get phone calls from 3 different teams. I see the Giants in the running. I see the Colts in the running. And I see the Dolphins in the running. And the reason being is because Eli Manning was a Giant. Peyton Manning was a Colt. And with the Dolphins looking to resurrect themselves, this would be a perfect opportunity for Archie Manning to find a place within Miami and start balling out. They do have a couple of weapons in Miami, but it's going to take time for Miami to start getting themselves together if they do get Archie. So, I'll say those 3 teams are in the running right now. You might see a 4th surprise team enter the race. And it's not going to be who you think it's going to be. It's going to be a surprise. I think we could see a surprise run from the Minnesota Vikings. The Minnesota Vikings have been shifting around quarterbacks for quite a while. Now, let's see who their current one is right now. Oh, you think the Giants have their quarterback? Okay. So we're looking at Jackson Dart. We're looking at Jameis Winston and Brandon Allen for the Giants. I don't think they're satisfied with Jackson Dart. We'll see how he does. Winston is a capable backup, but that's about all he is. Brandon, let's talk about Vikings QB. Their situation. Kyler Murray has entered the situation now, and it's do or die time for Kyler Murray. He either makes it or breaks it with that new contract of his. Then you got Carson Wentz. Wentz is pretty much almost out of the league now. J.J. McCarthy, we barely know much about him in the league. We know what he can do in college, but we don't know much about him in the league. and Max is a throwaway at this point. Practice squad guy. So, the Jets, Titans, and Browns are not dumb enough to actually get Archie. I'm going to go ahead and say that right now. None of those GMs know what they're doing. There's no way he goes there. I'm just being real with you. Okay. They're ecstatic with Dart after last year, after that joke of an offensive line. Maybe Dart is the answer in New York. We'll see. We'll see how that rolls. They'll need to run through about 5 or 6 games just to see how Dart does against some of these opponents to really be able to tell with an improved offensive line whether that is the answer in New York. But I'm leaning towards yes right now. So I think it'll be between Miami and Indianapolis, who will be giving them a call on draft day for Archie. And from what I've seen from the videos, Archie is exactly what he is advertised as. I'm going to be real with you. Archie is exactly what that entire family line is. He's a beast. So, I'm not sure which team's going to grab him. I'm not sure. And the Browns could be stupid enough to grab him, and not know what they're doing with him and waste 3 years of his career. Which would be a real shame because you don't want to see him behind that offensive line in Cleveland and getting his butt handed to him because that offensive line can't protect him in Cleveland. So I would really hate to see that happen, for Archie. He deserves better than that. I think the league knows that he deserves better than that. I think these other GMs know that he deserves better than that. That's why they're going to be giving him phone calls up in Tennessee and Cleveland when they get the top draft picks. What's up, Marcos Cash? What's good, man? What's good? But yeah, you might be right. Living Night. I honestly think Dart might be the answer in New York. We'll see. But I mean, overall, this is what you should be looking at for our division. I mean, the Jets. Do we really think the Jets will handle Archie correctly? They don't know what they're doing with quarterbacks. It's true they have been cycling around quarterbacks. I'll give you that. They haven't found the answer yet. The Jags are locked in on Trevor. They're never letting Trevor go. And I'm saying there's a questionable QB situation in Minnesota. So we'll see how that rolls before we have our answer with Minnesota, whether they're in the race or not. The Falcons tried and failed yet again to get a decent quarterback. So this is going to probably knock them out of the race for Archie. We definitely don't want to see Atlanta get him. Oh, you think he's a bum? He's not like his uncles? Okay. Have you seen some of the game tape on him? I've been very impressed, to be honest. Living Knight says no, they won't handle it, but they did pretty well so far this offseason. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to replace Geno. That is true. Geno is on his last legs. I'll give you that. The Falcons are not going to be a threat. The Saints are not going to be a threat for the division title next year. It's going to be the Buccaneers. Anywhere between 8 and 10 wins. I threw in an extra one because, we might get a surprise win there. In Tampa. I could just as easily take that off because I don't know what's going to happen in Tampa. So, but you could be seeing 9 wins from Tampa as well. That could happen too. So be prepared. That's what your division should look like this year. Just way too early look at it. We haven't factored in the rookies, injuries, anything else yet. So let's see how these rookies do in the preseason, and then we'll know. But we should be looking at pretty much the same division leaders. Really, people? Street racing. Anyway, I think Pats, Bills, first place battle. Colts, first place battle with the Texans. Followed closely by the Jags. KC, Chargers, Broncos battling for first. We don't know how that's going to end. Because the Chiefs did fall off a little bit last year. They could come back, though. And they're probably going to be looking for a highlight reel for Travis Kelce, since it's going to be his last few years in the league, probably. So we don't know how that's going to roll. But we do know the Chargers have some talent, and Bo Nix is a beast. So now you go into the AFC North here. Ravens, Pittsburgh, and the Bengals with a decent record this year because they're getting their quarterback back. Eagles first place easily. Not even a contest. Second place up for grabs between the Cowboys and Giants. We'll see how that rolls. But right now the Giants have been building up enough talent to actually challenge Dallas for second. Seahawks win the West. Rams second place. San Fran with a great record battles third, gets wild card, locks it in easily. North battle between the Bears and Packers for first. Lions will be third, Vikings fourth. And our division, of course, we're battling with the Buccaneers for first place. Saints third, Falcons fourth. That's how I think it's going to go down. I'm calling that this early. Now, as far as how many wins and losses, I don't know. The season goes crazy, so you just never know. An interesting question is who gets third place in the AFC North? You think Malik Willis is good enough to take third from the Jets? What do y'all think? I'm leaning towards yes. I don't know, though. They did lose a lot of their weapons in Miami. So, I don't know, man. I don't know. But that's relatively what you're looking at. So, with, let me see. With the schedules being what it is, we need to come out of the gate swinging against Chicago. Yeah. Only thing Miami had is Arcane. Yeah, fair enough. I agree with you, Marcos. They lost their main wide receiver, so it can get a little bit tricky if you're hoping to bet on Miami games. There's a few of them that are interesting this year. And worth maybe putting some money on. But right now, I wouldn't do it. Based on the fact that we don't know what we're looking at. Just yet. What concerns me is they took 4 out of the people off my mock draft boards in the draft. So that's going to very much help them. So we'll see how those rookies adapt to the league. Now, we discussed possible playoff picture. We discussed the fact that Rodgers is going to be in the league 1 year longer. I'm hearing some really good things about Chris Brazil out of the workouts so far. I don't keep up with the rookie workouts or stuff like that. I don't cover that. But so far, so good. Now, we've signed some new people, so let's take a look at that. Hill hasn't really been playing much the last couple of seasons. I don't view him leaving Miami as mattering. Yeah, fair enough. That's fair. That's a fair take. We signed 10 undrafted players. Let's take a look at them. Jalen Gubo from Texas, the corner. Aaron Hall from Duke, the defensive tackle. Haynes King, the quarterback from Georgia Tech. Isaiah Glass, Vanderbilt, the offensive tackle. Cam Miller, the corner from Rutgers, which will be on our 53, I'm predicting. Parker Peterson, defensive tackle from Wisconsin. Kobe Prentice, wide receiver from Baylor. Albert Reese IV, offensive tackle, Mississippi State. Devonta Smith, corner from Notre Dame. And offensive linebacker Isaiah Smith from SMU. Now, probably 9/10 of those are not going to stick around. You might see a couple of them end up on practice squad. We will see. Panthers add 2 to the roster on the 18th. And that is Tyrone Malone Jr. and running back Miles Davis. So Malone is a 6'4", 309-pound defensive tackle. After we lost Treshawn Wharton, because of a neck issue that required a surgery. Now, from what I'm hearing, Wharton is going to be on the PUP list at training camp. So we'll see how that rolls. Once we get into training camp, he may be on the PUP list for probably 2 weeks of it. I'm betting on that, at least. So you might not see him until week 3 or 4 when they do live streams. Because they're not opening it up to the public, so you'll only see like the live streams. And I'll announce when those live streams are going to be, and I'll see if I can get time scheduled to do streams, to react to that live. We'll see if we can do that. If we can't, I'll just react to it later. So on Wednesday, the 20th, 3 days ago, you're looking at Nebraska tight end Heinrich Haarberg, a former starting quarterback at Nebraska. 6'4", 237, 11 for 79, and a touchdown. And was a starting quarterback in 23. We waived tight end Bryce Pierre on Monday. And we also waived Jamil Muhammad, the outside linebacker. So, as far as the tight end room is concerned, we did go back and we signed what's his name? Let me look at the roster. I'll be able to find it real quick. Mitchell Evans. Who is it? We went back and we got another tight end that we already previously signed. And I forget his name offhand. And I wanted to quickly cover that because where is this dude? I will know his name as soon as I see it, I swear. And I'm not seeing it. Crap. Where is he, dude? Hold up. Let's organize this. Hold up. We're going to the tight ends. Where are the tight ends at? Felipe Franks. That's who I wanted. Yes, Felipe Franks. Now, between him and this other tight end that we had at the time, one could block, the other was better at catching the ball. But they were weak at the opposite, you know? So, like, Felipe Franks was good at blocking, but he was terrible at catching. And the other tight end at the time was bad at catching, but he was good at blocking. So I think Felipe was the one that was good at blocking, if I'm not mistaken, out of the two. And that's why they ended up re-signing Felipe. If my memory serves correctly. If I'm not right about that, then you can let me know in chat. Please do correct me on that. If I'm wrong. Let's see. Hemrich is a rookie from Nebraska. And I believe this dude was undrafted, if I'm not mistaken. I will go more into detail about these players that we picked up around training camp. I'm not going to do that right now. Because we do have some pressers to go through, so. But I wanted to quickly go through like the playoff prediction thing, you know, just to see what we were doing with. When I did run the playoff prediction, the first team we bump up against in the playoffs, wild card, would be San Francisco. In San Francisco. And if we know anything about that matchup, it has not gone well for us. So let's say you somehow get past them. Then you have to battle the Seahawks in Seattle, according to my early predictions. So you're traveling to San Francisco in the playoffs, then Seattle in the playoffs. And if you somehow win that, then you have to deal with the Eagles in Philadelphia. Good luck with that. Because all three teams, one of those three is going to knock us out. It's as simple as that. We're not making it to the Lombardi this year. So what I'm saying to you right now is, use this as a building year. Yes, win the division, but use this as a building year. We need one more draft to make a full run, in my opinion. We're almost there. Let's not jump the gun. Let's not get on like a hero race like we were in 15. You know, let's learn our lesson from that. We were a year out in 15 from legitimately winning that Lombardi outright without even breaking a sweat the following year. Because we all know, if we faced the Patriots in 16, if we ran it back with that full team we had in 15, we would have won that Lombardi. No question, because we would not have let off the gas like Atlanta did. I know how that team operated. There's no way. So, if we're running it back the same way in 23, 24, 25, 26, and 27, and 28, we are about a year out from making a full run. And if we don't make it on the full run in 27, we are making it in 28. If we continue this run and going the way we are. Roster building wise. This schedule is about to screw us over. A little bit. So, what I'm waiting on is a couple of these playoff teams in the NFC to drop some players and drop some weight. If they start dropping some weight to get some cap money back, say Seattle, the Rams, Philadelphia, those are the three I'm looking at. If they start dropping some dead weight as far as big players that they cannot afford to pay, and those players go somewhere else good, we might be in the running for a couple of those in this next offseason. And all we need is one of them. You know? And if we can afford to pay one or two of those, I think that's a playoff run the following year. No question. Running it back with what we have, plus the new rookies coming in. I'm going to confidently say that. Now, this team is welcome to surprise me this year and show me that you have that much talent to compete with the Eagles and Green Bay and all these teams again, consistently, every single year. If you can do that, by all means, green light. Let's see how far this team can go. I'm all for it. You know, I'm not going to argue with the results. If it works, it works. If it gets us W's in the column, it gets us W's. You know? But I'm still waiting on those three teams to drop weight. Once they do, then it's all system go. Let's go for that Lombardi. Because realistically, if you look at the AFC, yeah, Baltimore has Lamar, but are they strong enough to tackle KC for a Super Bowl run? No. Is Buffalo strong enough? Yes. You know, is Pittsburgh strong enough? No. Even with Aaron Rodgers. I just don't see it. The Patriots, maybe, if they get lucky again. But they got lucky last year with that schedule. It extremely favored them. Yes, a little bit of that was skill, and they won some of those games with skill, but for the most part, that was a very, very lucky schedule. I don't see them running it back and doing it again. But they did load up a little bit. to make themselves contenders. So it could get interesting. We'll see. They will be divisional leaders. I'll give you that. If they can get past the Bills. They got to get past the Bills. If they don't do that, they're cooked. So, I mean, looking at this AFC, there are like maybe 3 or 4 teams that really are legitimate threats for the Lombardi. Every single year consistently in the last 3 to 4 years. So what I'm saying is, if we show that we have that kind of talent, you know, and we can beat teams like Green Bay, Dallas, and match up to the Rams consistently again and again and again, Seattle, you're next. If we can show we can battle Seattle, in Seattle, mind you, get that down to 3 points difference, I think we got a legitimate shot at a Lombardi chase. We got one more offseason. We need one more offseason for that. I can feel it. It's right there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's right there. We're on the cusp, guys. We just need one more push offseason wise. Just to solidify our depth and make sure that we are ready for that run. I think we still need help at linebacker. I think we need help at pass rusher. Defensive tackle could always use help as well, depending on the rookie, how he does. Safety position. Offensively, we're ready. Offensively, we are set. I love our offense. I say if push comes to shove and we have to battle people offensively, let's go. All system green light. Let's battle right now. You know what I'm saying? I want to test out that O-line. I want to see how strong that O-line is this year. But I think if we're talking defense, we are almost there. Almost there. We're so freaking close, guys. We're so close I can taste it. We got a little taste of the playoffs last year, you know, and I am so hyped for the potential of this team. I'm so freaking hyped. Oh, man. It's looking fun, you guys. It really is. Even with this schedule, I think it still looks fun. We can have a little bit of fun this year. But I mean, like, when it's time to get down to business, we need to get down to business as this team. You know what I mean? Meaning, we got to battle Denver. We got to battle Cincinnati. We got to battle Green Bay. We got to handle our business. If we can do that, I think we got a solid shot at a great record this year. I'm really excited for that. When you look at it, you know, talent versus talent, the schedule doesn't look that bad on paper. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not terrible. But when you look at, like, the top teams that have just been dominant in the playoffs the last few years, it makes it a tough road, you know, for us to get a Lombardi. I'm not even going to hold you on that one right there. What's up, Carolina Panthers guy? How you doing, man? I reached out to you. I messaged you. So, let's get together, man. Let's get together. But talent versus talent. I think we're on par with Philly. We're on par with the Rams. We're on par with Seattle. San Fran is getting up to that level now. I think we could battle these teams, head to head, and really make it a really interesting game, even if we don't win. And that's something that the league is going to pay attention to, and that's why they gave us 3 primetime games. Because they want to see if we have enough to push past these teams. They want to see it if we're that same old Panthers team that lays down, or if we are that Panthers team that is going to show up and take care of business and get the dub like we did against the Rams last year. Which Panthers team are we going to beat? So, you're holding a Panthers panel soon? Who all is going to be in it? I've actually personally met the people from C3. They're great people. Great human beings. I love Cody and I love Tony. Especially. Those two in particular. Amazing people. They were very welcoming and very, very kind people. I met 2 Rouse 1 Roar, I think I met them. I think that's who it was. They handed me their business card, whoever it was. I think I still have that somewhere. Unk had shouted me out in his stream. Big Cat has shouted me out in his stream a couple of times. And I also bought a Thomas Davis signed mini helmet from him. So, there's a couple of people from Unk stream I don't really mesh with, as far as like who he gets on there live streams sometimes. That's why I don't jump on there. But like I respect everybody on there. They're all awesome people, They're good people. But I just don't mesh with them, football opinions wise. That's why I don't jump on there. But, I'll stay in the chat though, respectfully. And I still definitely rock with Unk. Definitely. I hate the strength of schedule crap every year. We can't assume teams are going to be as good or as bad as they were last season. Too much parity in the NFL. True. This is why this is way too early prediction. A lot can shift during a regular season. That's why I'm not in a hurry to make some of these picks. Some of these games could go either way. Injuries come into play. A lot of different things come into play. You don't know. Yeah, me and my buddy, Mr. T Money, used to be featured on C3's website. Oh, okay. I was gonna have 2 old school Panthers trash talkers, Callie and Panther Nasty on. Okay. I'm not familiar with them yet. Like I said, I'm still running through all the different podcasters and meeting people that jump on streams and everything. So I've been at it for like 5 or 6 years now. So we'll see. We'll see. I'll consider it. If you're throwing me an invite, I'll consider it. We'll talk. Let me check out some of the stuff that they've said opinions wise, and let me see if I mesh with it. You know what I mean? Let me see how they debate. You know what I mean? That's one of the things. I love watching how people debate each other on streams because it shows me who you are. If you're an aggressive debater, that's going to show up. When you're talking about Bryce Young conversations. If you're a kind of a passive guy, that's going to show up too. So body language, how you speak, your mannerisms, like I pay attention to all that stuff. So I want to know how they rock. Before I jump on there. There's a lot of us who used to do videos trash talking each other on fan bases for the Panthers. Oh, okay. A lot of NFL players used to watch the content, believe it or not. I believe it. Actually, because I actually talked to some of the Panthers players when they're in training camp, and I told them about my channel, and I think we had one or two that actually did check out my stuff, but they didn't announce it. You know what I'm saying? I know I did like a promo video with one player. I forget his name offhand, but I had him do the Keep Pounding intro. I was gonna start running that, but he's no longer a Panther player anymore. So, but yeah, I genuinely enjoy some of the content that everybody puts out. It's a lot of fun. Of course, the last two years we've had a lot of trash talking to do ourselves. To Falcons fans and Saints fans in particular. And on that note, it's funny, somebody sent me a TikTok of a Falcons fan that thought the Falcons were going to go 17-0 this year. I'm just saying, like, he's one of those types. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go again. There was a Saints fan that thought that Unk's channel was a cult following for some reason. And I'm like, bro, like, where do y'all get these goofy fans from? Oh, man. That was wild. Some of these people are pretty wild, man. Oh man, DeAndre Williams had Twitter beef years ago. Yeah, I remember that. I wasn't on Twitter that much at the time, but I did see that. That was funny. Oh man. And what's interesting is now you're seeing like you're seeing former Panthers players doing like live streams and stuff like that now. So, Unc was talking about Izzy, I think. Yeah. That's who it was. I was in the chat during that time. I saw that. Like, if y'all think I'm gonna miss that, come on now. That's division opponents talking trash about our fan base, man. Nah, I had to get in on that. I had to throw down on that. D'Angelo got mad at me over nothing. We got into it. Which was crazy because I was taking his side on something. But he came from my neck for no reason. Oh, man. That's not cool. I mean, I tried to reach out to him to bury the hatchet. But he never responded. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, that can sometimes happen. That's why I try not to get into beefs with players. You know what I mean? Because, like, that could be really disrespectful. Plus, like, I'm trying to have the franchise pay attention to our channel, you know, for tips and suggestions, you know, they may not be considering. You know, maybe there's a player that they haven't looked at, you know, that maybe they might be interested in looking at, you know, during draft time preparations. You know, so I try to keep it clean, and I try to stay off Twitter as much as possible, because I just don't feel that I'm welcome on there, you know, as far as like when it comes to Panthers content and stuff like that. I've had notable issues with the sports media, so I'm not a fan of the sports media at all. Everybody on my channel knows this. So I've called out multiple reporters for a whole bunch of junk, you know? And I saw one recently I was going to call out as well. But you know what? I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to do that today. So, yeah, it's just tragic because I reached out to D'Angelo in a way. I lost my mom when I was young, so I felt for him when his mom passed. Yeah, true. Yeah, that sucked. I feel you on the media thing. Mainstream sports media hates the Carolina Panthers. Yes, they do. Oh my God, yes they do. I could go on an entire hour-long rant about that crap. You know, starting with the fact that they shut down video camera videoing during training camp. That pissed me off. You know, because I was getting like thousands of views off those videos. And I'm not even trying to farm, you know. I'm just trying to show people, you know, through the drills what people were doing. You know, I wanted to get into specifics about like hands, footwork, stuff like that. You know, and I don't think they liked that much, because the sports media was doing the same thing except they're getting paid for it. Yet they've got a problem with us doing that? Like, excuse me? We're not even getting paid and we're getting the same footage you are. With less technology that you're using right now. You got professional grade cameras and stuff like that. You're just mad because we're using the same content you are to actual better uses than you are. That's exactly what it is. Even in 2015, going into the NFC Championship, I remember the NFL saying that Arizona was better than a 51 team going and playing at home. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I remember that too. And I was like, bro, you're joking, right? That's a joke, right? Have you watched any of our games, like, the entire year? We were blowing out people by, like, 14 points, bro. 14 points, at least. Atlanta was the only team that kept us from a perfect record, and you're saying that Arizona was a better team than us? Man, get the out of here. Oh my God, that joke made me laugh so freaking hard, man. And then we destroyed Arizona, proving that we were the better team, which we all already knew that. And not only did we destroy, we annihilated them. Like, that game was over the second they stepped into the stadium. They shouldn't even bother putting on pads. It was that bad. And of course, they got a revenge against us when we had Matt Rule. So, all is fair in love and war when it comes to football. So, Carolina has had us a few times lately, but historically we own Arizona. Yeah, facts. Arizona's a trash organization. Let's just be honest. Like, as far as like signing and building their rosters, they're a trash organization. But like, as far as like how they handle their players, solid A plus for that, because all I've seen from that end of it is just positivity. I mean, you look at Larry Fitzgerald, how they treated him, fantastic, man, over the years. So, you know, I have to give them that. I was at the game where we lost to Arizona when Baker was our quarterback. Oh, man. And then we said Baker wasn't the guy. You know? We said Baker wasn't the guy. And then he went to Tampa Bay and he cooked us. Yeah, that aged well. That aged real well, didn't it? That could lead into an entire can of worms of how our former players have come back to bite us in the butt. But I'm not going to do that either, because this isn't the stream to do that. I went on multiple rants about that one. Particularly during the Frank Wright era. But, you know, it's... Sam and Baker weren't horrible. They just never were going to be a good fit in Carolina. Exactly. They were running in the wrong system. And that's exactly the problem. They were in the wrong system. I'm trying to think of a good example. You watch when they take Kyler Murray out of Arizona, he's going to be a beast. Geno was never going to be that quarterback. I mean, I think we all agree on that. When they tried to put Russell Wilson in Denver, it just never worked. Wrong system. Sean Payton didn't know what he was doing. He just said, oh yeah, a shiny new quarterback that runs really well and can pass really well. Let's try it. You know, and I'm not going to say that I disagreed with that decision at the time. I knew it was not a good fit. You know? And that's what bothered me. So, you know, you could have a really good quarterback and it just be the wrong system. It's just all it is. He goes to a better team with the right system that fits him. Boom, shakalaka. There's fireworks. You know? And they start doing well that year. You actually could see Sam getting better in the last several games. You know, in Carolina, excluding the last game as a Panthers. And he went like 40 yards and an interception or something awful. Yeah. True. So, like, I see Baker really fitting well with Tampa. I do. I think he's a good fit for them. You know, is he a long-term game changer quarterback? Not really. But can he make some noise? Absolutely. Matt Rule threw Cam under the bus. He didn't know the plays. He was giving Cam the reads in the huddle. It was a mess. Yes, indeed it was. I describe Matt Rule as not an NFL head coach. I'm sorry. I don't care where he goes in the NFL. He's just not a head coach. Period. It's just, no. 7 years? Really? What does he think, he's God or something? Like, I never understood his logic. And it never ended well. He had zero plan. He had zero idea of how to build a roster. And it showed. You know. And then he treats our star quarterback Cam Newton like that. Like, really? Whether you like Cam or not, that's just disrespectful how he treated him. It's not what I want in a head coach. And I'm being very respectful when I say that. Like, I could trash talk him to the moon right now, but doesn't do any good. He's not a Panthers head coach anymore, so. Now, the thing is, he went down to Nebraska. Nebraska is not a hard team to have a winning record with. And you couldn't get Nebraska to a bowl game? Come on, Matty. Pathetic. Pathetic. Dude, you name any top head coach in college right now. Let them take over Nebraska with the talent they have right now. That team will make a bowl game immediately that year. Just with the talent they have. You don't need 7 years, sir. You don't. You just need to be a competent head coach that has a plan. And I saw, like, the comments that he said recently was that he was not connecting with the players in Carolina. Like, get Carolina's name out your mouth, Matt Rule. Get Carolina's name out your mouth. We're done with you. Okay? You're trash. You're garbage. You have been thrown in the trash can of Nebraska, and nobody wants to hear from you again in Charlotte. As a matter of fact, everybody hated you in Charlotte during those 2 years. Hated you. I'm not sure if they hate him as much as they hate Raheem Morris in Atlanta. But, good God. I couldn't stand him. He like one of those rat faces, you know? Like freaking Master Splinter from Ninja Turtles or something, you know? Like, come on. The rat teeth. Oh, God. Just don't even get me started on that role. We'll be here for hours. How do you not win with Nebraska, dude? How? How? Dude, you could take a head coach out of Temple and still win over 500 record with a head coach from Temple. And Temple's not even a known school anymore. They're not known for anything in any sport. Oh, God. I just... You want to trash talk? Yeah, I gave you a little bit there. That was a little bit of fun there. I enjoyed doing that. What a dirty way to treat the only MVP in franchise history. Facts. 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 Facts upon facts. Oh my God. And the fact that Cam's own kid has to ask Cam why there is no Cam Newton stuff in that stadium after what he did in 15 is embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Everybody in that franchise should be embarrassed that you don't at least have a wall mural. Something. Something, even a plaque would do. Just to commemorate what he has done in 15. I'm not asking for a statue. I'm not asking for all this grandiose stuff that everybody else is asking for. All I want is a plaque or a wall mural, something that doesn't get removed. Show some love and respect to this man, at least in that way. Yes, I know that they let him beat the drum, and that's amazing. I give you that. Yes, I see that they had the 4th and 1 with him at the stadium during the playoff game. I give you that. I give you that credit. But I need a mural. I need a plaque, something in the stadium to commemorate his success. I don't care if he's retired or not. Put something up there. Because you've got something up there for Luke Kuechly. You've got something up there for Greg Olsen. Where is Cam? Where is Cam? I've seen these things personally by walking these halls. Okay? If he had won that Lombardi, guaranteed he would have got a statue outside of Bowl. I guarantee that. He'd have a Superman cape and everything, with a gigantic S on his chest. How much y'all want to bet on that? I put money on that. But because he didn't, he had that fumble, and everybody hated him for it. Oh, here we go again. You know, like, I don't understand it. Put his name up on the stadium wall, something. Like, I gotta see something. Not just his number 1, because anybody could be a number 1. You know, anybody could wear that jersey. But not everybody could wear it like him. You know, I need his name up there. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll be real with y'all, man. This man has earned it. And the fact that it's not there is disrespectful to him. They honestly have a plaque or something of Cam that says first MVP in Panthers history, Cam Newton QB. Yeah, I'll take that. I will take that. That's at least something. You know? I think at some point Tepper is going to induct Cam, Luke, Greg, and TD together in the Hall of Honor. Have they not? They haven't inducted any of them yet, have they? Who all have they inducted so far? I know Wesley Walls. I know Jake Delhomme. I don't know about who the rest of them are. Let me look that up real quick. Because I need to see who all we did actually induct. Inductees. Yeah. As a whole. I want the whole list. That way we know. Okay, so Luke Kuechly. No, I don't want profile. Okay, Panthers Hall of Honor. There you go. Mike McCormick, Sam Mills, respectfully, as he should be there. Jake Delhomme, Jordan Gross, Steve Smith, Wesley Walls, Moose, Julius Peppers. All of them deserve to be there. And yes, I need... last ones were Peppers and Muhammad. Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright, so I need... Here's the list of players I need to see up there that have retired now. I need to see Thomas Davis, Greg Olsen, Jonathan Stewart needs to be in there. Yes, Jonathan Stewart. Some of y'all are gonna disagree with me on that one, but I'm a huge Jonathan Stewart fan. I'm going to say Ryan Khalil deserves to be there. Ryan Khalil saved our butts multiple times during those years. He was the anchor of the offensive line. Oh, and what's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Do y'all want to put John Casey in there or no? Because John Casey saved our butts multiple times too, back in the day. Yeah, Jonathan Stewart definitely deserves it. I think you could make a case for John Casey, but that Super Bowl though, Graham Gano was a beast that year too in 15. Um, I mean, you could maybe put Trey Turner in there. Trey Turner could be it. Trey Turner? What would y'all consider that or no? That's one you'd have to debate on, I think. Um, I would definitely put Bradbury in there when he retires. Bradbury was a monster. Him and Josh Norman, nobody could get anything past either one of those two back there. Um, I would put either one of those two in. But Luke definitely deserves the first spot. Okay, Chris Gamble before Turner. I'm with that. I'm with that. I agree with that. Um. Mm, mm. You know what? Luke has first honors though. Luke has first honors. That dude has to be in there. If he's not in there, that is criminal. You know what I'm saying? That's just oof. You can't have a Panthers Hall of Fame without Luke Kuechly in it. I'm sorry, you just cannot do it. That undervalues the entire Hall of Fame list right there. If you don't put him in there. Sam Mills, the man that my channel is named after, his legacy. I'm honoring it every day. Every day that I do a stream, man. I love Sam Mills. And I pay my respects to that statue every time I walk by that stadium. And I hope I'm doing him proud, man. I really do. I hope I'm doing his memory proud. So, yeah. All of these names deserve to be in there. Definitely Steve Smith. Are you really doing a Hall of Fame honor system if you don't put Steve Smith in there? Come on now. Luke and Cam have to be in the Panthers Hall of Fame honor at some point. I agree. There's going to be a lot of Panthers fans that won't agree with you on Cam just because they hate his guts after the whole the fumble in the Super Bowl thing. But and just his personality in general. But that's a personal thing though. That's a personal vendetta. If you look at like what he did that year, yeah, no question he deserves to be in. But I mean, if you're going by personality too, then we can have a totally different conversation. You know, that's a lively debate. You know, and I'll let the people on Elk's channel handle that one. You know, because that's more his territory and his cup of tea. Um, But as far as I'm concerned, if you're just going by like talent and skill alone, yeah, he deserves to be in to the Panthers Hall of Honor. Now, Hall of Fame? No. No. He has not changed the game that much to where he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. But Hall of Honor? Absolutely. Cam and Luke made the Panthers mainstream and dominated their sides of the field. Yeah, true. They did. And I mean, as a whole, that is what we are shooting for, talent-wise. You know, that's the bar we're shooting for, is to try to get back to that level of talent again. And keep it that way this time. You know? Don't gradually toss all our players again like we did last time. Let's keep them this time. And let's try for more wins. More successful seasons. You know? I want a dynasty. I don't just want one Lombardi. I want a dynasty. And if we build this thing right, it's possible. Well, some of our fan base forgets that Hurney and Jerry rarely, if ever, have Cam any real help or weapons. We got lucky with Greg Olsen trade. I think we would have found the tight end if we hadn't found Greg Olsen, but I think we really struck gold with Greg Olsen. And I think it's funny how the Bears fans are just like, oh yeah, the Bears are the better team, the Bears are blah, 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 blah. You know, we won that trade with DJ Moore. Did y'all completely forget about the Greg Olsen trade? Or is that just a long time memory for you people? I think it's hilarious when the Bears fans try to talk trash. I think it is. If Cam got all the help Bryce gets now, we would have been a dynasty. And he did, you know, in 14 and 15. That's the thing. He did. We just couldn't keep it. And what I'm going to say right now to you, and everybody else has already heard this, but I'm going to say it to you because you haven't. This is going to sound very controversial. If we had kept Gettleman for one more year and run it back with the same players that we had without moving Olsen, we would have won Lombardi in 16. I have no doubt of that because that team had no quit in them. They were not going to let off the gas. They were going to win in any game that they were in till the final 000s hit. You expected that every single game. Every game. There were no letdown games. They went full throttle every game of the year. And that's what I loved about that team. God, I loved it. That was the best Panthers team I've ever seen, in my opinion. And we peaked out against Arizona just a game early. It hurt. It hurt to see that, man. Because if we had done that in the Super Bowl, that's a Lombardi in our trophy case right now. No question. If we had done to Denver what we did to Arizona in that NFC Championship, we'd be having a parade in 16. Early 2016. And my butt would be right there watching the whole thing. As many of you would as well. But I understand why we got rid of Gettleman. I'm not saying that wasn't the right decision because of how he was trading our players. What I'm saying is, if we had waited one more year, if y'all could have put up with him for one more year, that's a Lombardi. tell me I'm wrong. Somebody tell me I'm wrong. Prove me wrong on that. If we had run it back with everybody. I remember the 2016 was trying to get to the Super Bowl. Let's monkey off our backs. I think we had some injuries too. True, we did have injuries. But when have we ever had a Panther season, a successful Panther season without injury? When have we ever had that? You know, I struggle to find a successful Panther season where we did not have a bunch of injuries. Along with that. So like I'm saying, like the talent level that we had was enough to start a dynasty. If we hadn't dropped all those players. That 2017 is what the 2016 team could have been. And that 2017 team would have beat the Saints in the playoffs if we weren't starting practice squad wide receivers. True. I'll give you that one. Very true. I think what was interesting to me about that roster going into 14 and 15 was nobody knew who these wide receivers were. Except for the guy that we got from the Jets. But otherwise, nobody knew any of those wide receivers. Nobody had a clue who they were. And we managed to win with those wide receivers. Proving that you can be a quarterback that can make use of average level wide receivers and win. If you have the right system, if your coaching is correct, you have protection, and everything clicks. You know, if everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. Jared Allen retired, and I think Charles Tillman may have as well. Yeah, put Charles Tillman in there too. Charles Tillman belongs in the Hall of Honor too. I love that peanut punch, man. Jared Allen, I mean, he was here long enough to maybe qualify, but it's debatable. I don't think he made a big enough impact to really jump out and be on that list, to me. I mean, some people might disagree, but that's just how I feel. It's not, it's not really a thing of seniority. It's like how long they've been there. It's more so like, what have you done to impact the Panthers franchise as a whole? Have you helped us to win big games? Have you helped us in big moments? Have you been a model Panther, as a person? And every one of these players on that list deserves to be there. People forget in 2018, before the TJ Watt hit, Cam Newton was on pace to be better with his season than his MVP season. I would agree with that. If you look at the numbers, yes. Absolutely yes. What was interesting about 2016 is you had the Falcons finally giving Matt Ryan protection. And this is something they never do. Okay? They finally had an O-line in 16. And you saw how far that took them. So when we finally committed to building an offensive line for a quarterback, would you look at that? We actually started winning games. Surprise, surprise. It's like what I've been saying from the beginning. When you are building a team, it starts with both of the lines. If you're not starting with both of the lines, you're already fundamentally off base. You're already fundamentally starting down the wrong road, and you're going to fail. That's why we have failed over and over and over again in our franchise history. Is because none of our GMs recognized that until Dan Morgan. Because he was a former linebacker and he played on a Super Bowl Panthers team. You win in the trenches. Thank you, Carolina Panthers guy. Exactly. How do you think we got to the wild card? Would you believe it that there are still some people that don't understand this in our fan base? It's amazing to me. It is. It's surprising. But I'm not holding it against them. You know, it's your opinion. Your opinion is your opinion. You know, everybody's got a right to it here on this channel, no matter how outlandish it is. But you look at the difference between Bryce Young during his rookie year and the numbers he just put up last year. And you tell me that's not from offensive line? That's not from getting the coaching right, the playbook right, all of that correct, and actually building some weapons around him? Come on. But it started with the offensive line. How much did we pay a certain left guard? Let me think. $100 million. That's what happens when you invest money into your offensive line. Thank you. And case dismissed for all the people that don't believe this. How many sacks did this man have last year? How many? Versus his rookie year? And look what he was able to do. People said, A, he can't run down the field. Wrong. 2, he can't see over the offensive line. Wrong. 3, he can't throw it down the field and get touchdowns to a average sized wide receiver. Wrong. Do y'all know how many times you threw trash at Steve Smith when he was first being drafted for us? Everybody said this man was too short. Steve said, F that garbage. I'm going to show you exactly how short I really am. And he put on a show, man. And you know what he said to finish everything off? He said, ice up, son. Thank you very much. I just showed you how short I am. Talk some more trash about me. I dare you. This man had a vendetta on the field, and I love it. Oh, man. Dan Morgan and his scout team knew exactly how to find some dogs and players with some heart and grit. Exactly. You know why Dan Morgan is so successful at finding these players? Because he was a player. He knows how to find these people because he ran through these drills himself. And I think the league would be better off with GMs that have actually been players at their natural positions and leaders at their natural positions in their franchises. Because you would see teams improve their rosters instantly if they understood what Dan Morgan does. With the intelligence of Dan Morgan, the league would be so much more competitive. You'd have draft picks being a lot more competitive. It would make the league a lot more competitive place. But what I'm saying is, I'm glad it's us that has that type of GM right now. And the rest of them are being dumb. In the lower tier of the NFL. Because we can take advantage of that. We can use that and we can steal these good players from them. By drafting exactly what we need. And knowing exactly what we need. Having a formula in place. Understanding what you're doing with your roster. makes all the difference. Having a plan. You know, and I go back to Matt Rule, who said, "Oh well, I didn't have good relationships with all the players in Carolina." Yeah. You haven't learned a thing, have you, Matt Rule? You haven't learned a doggone thing, bro. It's not about just having a good relationship with the players. No. 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 You didn't learn a thing, bro. Pay attention to what the Panthers are doing right now. Watch how we operate. Then you might learn something. Sit down, watch some tape, watch some documentaries on how these coaches are doing their thing. Watch the pressers. Take notes. This is how you operate in the NFL. Stop talking trash about us. Get your name out of our mouths. We're done with you. Alright, so getting back to what I was saying about our roster. I love what this roster is becoming right now. I love it. It's beautiful. Who would have thought a former Panther is the one saving the team? I know, right? Like, that's what's so amazing about this. I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful irony here. Because we've had GMs that are just office people, you know, running this thing. Nobody understood what was going on the field. Dan Morgan does. He doesn't even have to be out on the field watching these guys practice, but he is. He doesn't have to attend these 100-degree training camps, but he does. Because he wants to learn who these players are. Not just what they can do, who they are. And that's another thing that Matt Rule failed to do, is he never understood who these players are. Not just connecting with them, but who they are. What drives them. What makes them want to play the game and win. What fuels them. And Dan Morgan understands this because every single day he worked his butt off to make it to the NFL. He had a set of principles that he went off of that fueled him going into the NFL. And guess what? It led to his success on the field and who he is. And now he's using that same set of principles in a different way as a GM when he's searching for these people. But it's the same idea. It's driving him to build a scout team that really, really knows what they're doing. It gets down to business. Looks for the fundamentals, the hands, the feet, how they turn their hips, everything. You know? And it's funny because I saw like a Facebook reel page for like youth camp stuff, and they were doing like different drills and everything. And I really wanted to show you guys that, because a couple of those, because the hands and the footwork and everything else, you know, they're teaching you how to do these things for the players. And I wanted to show you guys because a lot of the people that watch football don't understand this stuff. And this is next level. You know, this is scouting. This is how these scouters do their jobs. You know, when they look for players. And I think it's fascinating. It's absolutely fascinating. I follow the page, by the way. But yeah, you guys should get a taste of that. We'll do that at some point here. Maybe not today, but we'll definitely throw those into a stream for sure, because I want people to watch that. Let's see. Mainstream media doesn't always see the internal conflict that goes on in Carolina sometimes, and sometimes we're just fighting ourselves and our opponents. Facts. There were multiple years where that happened, actually. Not recently, in past years, I mean. Yeah, facts. True. The last 2 years, we've been internally on the same page. And look what happens. 14 and 15, we were on the same page. Internally. Look what happened. 04, 05, we were on the same page. Look what happened. See, that's the difference. Now compare that to the success that we had in Matt Rule's time, Frank Wright's time, even in the late years of Ron Rivera. And I think Ron Rivera was doing the best he could, for as long as he could, but he wasn't getting the help he needed from a respectable GM that actually knew what he was doing. And scouters too. Because it's ended up being the same level of talent every single year, and we just kept degrading and losing talent as Ron Rivera was heading out the door. And then people blamed it on Ron Rivera. The problem was not Ron Rivera until the final year of his tenure, when he started making coaching mistakes to where it showed body language that he just did not want to be there anymore because he was sick of that crap. He was sick of not having a GM that actually knew what he was doing and getting the people that he needed. So he said, screw it. I'm out. And people saw the lazy effort, and that's why people got pissed off. And also, the cancer changed his personality too. That is a thing. If you've ever seen anybody that has cancer, it changes your personality in the final few years of that person's life. Especially stage 3 and 4. I would know because I've had personal experiences with that. I'm not going to speak on them, but yes. And that's why I've really felt bad for the way I said what I did, at the time, when I wanted him out, because I was a long-term Ron Rivera supporter for many, many years. And when I started, saying what I did, I was all business, and I still regret that to this day. Every Panthers podcaster has something that they regret. They sweep under the rug, they put it in their closet. That's mine, and I'll openly admit that that's mine, and I own that. So I did make a public apology on the stream and video and everything else. So, it's not like I didn't try to course correct, but it is what it is once it hits the internet. You know what I mean? When you've been doing it this long, it's going to hit you at some point, man. It will. If you're a podcaster. Let's see. But yeah, I totally agree on the mainstream media and the internal conflicts thing, because that's been showing, in the win-loss columns. Man, Steve Smith, my favorite player of all time, favorite Panther of all time. There you go. Agent 89, man. My favorite moment of Agent 89 was that Rams overtime game back in 04. The ex-clown, man. I remember just being awake at 1 o'clock in the morning watching that overtime game, and it was the most roller coaster game I have ever seen in either college or NFL ever. The emotions were off the charts, crazy, back and forth. And when he finally got that touchdown catch, I went absolutely ballistic. I didn't care who I woke up in the house. At the time, my family was so mad. I didn't care. You know, Steve Smith, man. Steve Smith's the freaking GOAT of wide receivers. For me. You know, I'm just saying it. I'm saying it. You know, you could argue Jerry Rice. You could argue all those, you know, for the prior history. It's not about, though. You know, it's not about what they put on the field. It's not all about that. It's about personality, too. It's about who you are as a person, too. So for me, Steve Smith, 100%. That man was 100,000,000% heart every time he walked out, every time he did anything, and still is. You watch his podcast, that man is still 100% heart. I love watching his reviews of these new players and just what he thinks of them. You know, it's so cool. I love it. But yeah, Steve Smith, amazing dude. Love him to death. I would love the chance to meet him. That would be amazing. I mean, make it happen, Panthers organization. Make it happen. I'll take anybody from 2015. Anybody that wants to beat me, man. Come on. Speaking of having Panthers and GM roles as such, it's like a difference we saw the first several years under Tepper, where Richardson actually played in the NFL on the Baltimore Colts with Unitas. You know, it's interesting because, and I've never said this to anybody until today, my grandmother used to work in the Baltimore Colts stadium back then. And actually has a promo sign from them. A promo poster flag from them. My grandpa used to take her to games and stuff. She didn't really vibe with football that much, but she worked in the stadium itself, which was kind of cool. But yeah, that's my history with that. But I still have one of those promo Baltimore Colts flags in my garage right now. It's kind of cool. I got it packed up, so otherwise I'd show you guys. I want to at some point. Remind me. Tepper has never played in the NFL, and it shows sometimes. Yeah. Minority owner of the Steelers, and you think you can run an NFL business? Come on. No, sir. No, sir. I think he finally stepped back and learned something in the last 2 or 3 years. But where he isn't, we need to keep an eye on where he is. That's the problem. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because the new stadium upgrades are garbage, in my opinion. Complete garbage. I've done an entire live stream on this. And I was very unhappy with it. And went on a 2.5 hour rant about it. I just Tepper just strikes me as that person that's just he thinks he has control over everything, but he really doesn't. Even though he's got the money. So it's a control issue to me. You know, I do like the guy, but it's just, as a businessman myself, like, some of the things he's doing, it's frustrating. It's very, very frustrating. Like, the things that he wanted to do to that stadium, half of it was unnecessary, and you could have used all the money that you had from uh, your own sports, Tepper Sports and Entertainment, to take care of the stadium upgrades, to where you don't need all that extra crap. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just gonna give like a small example of what I'm talking about. There's this bar area that they're gonna put up in the top bowl. Okay. Now, if you've worked in fast food restaurant for long enough, you know that some of this stuff is going to end up in a cardboard box, and end up on a wet floor. Correct? So, with no covering from the weather in Charlotte, and we're talking rain, snow, you name it, has hit Charlotte. Especially, during certain months of the year. During football season. We've had downpours in this stadium. Floods in this stadium. If you think you're making any money in that bar area during that time, I've got a horse to sell you in my backyard. It's not happening. It's not happening, bro. And I don't own a horse. So, just to tell you, I don't see that ending well or working out well. They say it's for outdoor meetings and stuff like that. It's just, bro, you have club seats for that. You have all of that area in the stadium for that stuff. And you're good. Why would you take out PSL seating for that? And cheap seats for the people that want to go to games for that? That's all they can afford is those cheap seats. If they even make it to a game. That's after they've already paid for parking, which is expensive as crap. You're talking about $60 parking spots near the stadium. You're talking about food, beer, hotel, gas to travel, or even plane tickets if you're coming from a different town. And that's just in the U.S. I'm not even going to talk about overseas spending. Because some of these people come to Charlotte from overseas. So, those expenses already are higher than Jupiter's moon. And then you want to try to charge them extra for tickets, for cheap seats, just to pay for that? No. Just no. Don't even get me started on the training camp, because that is a total disaster too. I visited his training camp in Charlotte the last year before he cut them off for stadium upgrades. Not happy with it. And normally I'm not a person that will advocate for the media, but you put them in a rectangle freaking trailer with 2 windows on either side and a glass door in the middle with all that professional equipment. How are they supposed to take pictures? How are they supposed to take video? You're talking ESPN, CBS, ABC, all these major people. You literally have to walk out into the rain when it's raining out there to take pictures. And you're restricting them to a small metal box. How many of those people are probably claustrophobic? Come on. Some of them probably have medical issues, and maybe a couple of mental issues that we don't know about. Come on, man. Like, what kind of BS is that? Like, I can't. Why do you have a VIP section in training camp? Why? when all of it is free? Why have a VIP section? It makes no sense. You know, Mr. Carolina, who has been on our stream every now and then, Carolina Bleeding Blue podcast, has said famously, make it make sense. I'm sorry, I got off on a rant there, but Tepper just... I can't with Tepper, man. I can't. I respect him as a human being, but as a businessman, no. And you want to talk about, oh, you saved music in Charlotte? Bro, half a dozen of these videos existed before you were even around. Before you even had millions, bro. Like, we're talking PNC Park that has had millions and millions and billions of dollars way before you ever got involved, bro. Yes, I'll give you that. You got stadium tours going. You're going to put a venue on the other side of the street. And that helps traffic in downtown Charlotte. How? You're not addressing parking, bro. And parking is one of the major issues that Charlotte people have. The taxpayers that have been complaining to you for 3 years about this. You don't think I don't read comment sections? You don't think I don't read stuff? Bro, I read everything. I'm not even a resident of Charlotte. And you're raising the entertainment tax $100 to pay for these people. That makes people choose between being homeless or pay for a light bill. That are already on the dole. Come on, homie. Please put somebody else in charge of your stuff and just rest on your millions. Sit on your yacht. Enjoy yourself. You know? I'm not saying he didn't earn his millions. What I'm saying is enjoy those millions. Don't try to run an NFL franchise, man. Just don't. If you're an owner, be an owner. Stay out of everybody's way. And as far as the stadium upgrades go, you've already ruined Spartanburg. You've already ruined what's the name of that county he tried to put stuff in? York County. I think it's York. Was it York? Either way, making the workers stop halfway through the project. Now you want to work on BOA? Our crown jewel? Bruh. I'm asking the same thing the city council asked you on the first time that he went to the city council asking for money. How do we know you're going to finish this? How do we know you're actually going to finish this project? They were asking the right questions. Props to the city council on that. Because, God. I would have been the first person to ask that question in the first meeting. It's called doing your homework and understanding what you're doing with and getting yourself into bed with, business-wise. If you don't understand what you're getting yourself into business-wise, into bed with, business-wise, you're cooked already. When I say I'm a businessman, I don't play when it comes to money. I know what I'm doing with. You know, I do my homework. So when I see that junk, that concerns me a lot. And I think you would agree with that, Panthers guy. Because that really frustrates me. And I could get into the details of that, but I won't do it today. I just wanted to give you a few examples of what I'm talking about, though. But yeah, Tepper is definitely a trigger for me as far as a topic in here. I could have debates with people for at least an hour on that. I choose not to, though, because I know how people are, and we got way too much content to get through most days. Luckily, today it's a slow day, so let's get to your next comment, though. But yeah, I completely agree with you. A lot of young guys now get to talk to J Stu, TD, Luke, Trey Boston, etc. So it's cool to have some former players around the team still trying to help us finally bring a Lombardi home to the Mint. Yeah, man, for sure. I love the podcast that they're doing. I love the radio work that Luke is doing. I love all the mentorship that they give to these younger players and our staff. It's fantastic. And Luke even tried to get into the coaching tree too, because he was a scout at one point, which was cool, but he couldn't handle the plane rides. So, that's unfortunate. But definitely use these people's knowledge while you still have it, because you won't have them around forever. Oh man, I used to defend Rivera all the time back in the day, early on, when fans thought that we wasn't getting better fast enough. Yeah, I did too. Up until that last year. That's when I finally got tired of it. But, I mean, he's a great guy. He really is. He's a great human being. And I am so glad he is winning his battle with the cancer, though. Like, props to you, Ron Rivera. Much love to you. And I apologize for being as harsh as I was back then, but I had to. It's just, when it comes down to it, we can replace coaches, but we got to have wind, man. We got to have wins. And, we got to do the right things to get to those wins. So, I know it's frustrating, but it is what it is, man. But I'm glad you found success in Washington, man. Congrats to you, Ron. I wish you the best of luck up there. Oh, wait. He's no longer a coach of Washington, is he? Where did he end up? Where is he right now? I don't think he's coaching the team right now, is he? Oh, California. California, Berkeley. Okay. Best of luck in California, Berkeley, man, my man. I think that's a great landing spot for him now. This late in his career. I think he'll have some success there. We'll see. We will see. Oh, he's Cal's GM. Okay, cool. Cool. He's earned it. Let's see. This reminds me of 2015 when Greg Olson caught that game winner in Seattle. My whole house erupted in cheers and screaming. Yeah, dude. I was sitting there watching the Arizona game at home with my mom, and I was just in tears watching and just loving every second of it, because that is our franchise at its peak right there, our talent level at its peak. Just every side of the ball, every player doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing at full functioning speed is just unreal to watch. It's terrifying for other teams. It is. Oh, man. God, I wish we had done that in the Super Bowl, though. It is what it is, though. And I remember going to 4 of those 2015 games. I've got a story for everything that I've got back from that, of course. My first one was the Eagles game, and I gotta say, I actually sat near some decent Eagles fans during that time. They were very respectable, and they just kept spelling out their own name like EAGLES Eagles. You know, it's like, okay, cool. You know, you enjoy your 14-point lead. Wait till the fourth quarter. I just kept talking mad trash. I was like, that's cute. You could spell your own name. Can you win a football game against us, though, in our own stadium? Scoreboard, you know. I was talking some mad shit. And then, like, we get to the fourth quarter and we have, like, a 7-point lead. And all of the Eagles fans around us, I just remember this dead silence. And I'm like, where y'all at now? Where y'all at now? It was so fun. Oh my God. I just remember walking out of that stadium just so happy, dude. Because we went 6-0 that day. Oh, man. Came back the next week, went to the Green Bay game. And I was in that end zone, upper deck of the end of the game where Thomas Davis picked off Aaron Rodgers to win. I'll never forget how loud that stadium was that moment. I'll never forget it. You could hear that crap from freaking miles away. Oh my God. I still get freaking chills just thinking about it. I still get chills. What a freaking amazing moment. And then I went to the Colts game in the rainy monsoon of 15. Now, mind you, this was a complete monsoon the whole way drive up from South Carolina to Charlotte, through the whole game, in overtime, and the whole drive back. It never stopped raining. Except for just for 2 minutes during the third quarter. That was the wildest thing I've ever seen. And I'm sure that brings back some memories for the people that went to the Jaguars monsoon game back in the day, when it was flooded stadium. And like your entire feet were underwater in the stands. God, I remember watching that on TV. I'm just going, good God, I'm glad I didn't go to that one. But I'm sure it was worth it, though. I think we won that one, didn't we? I don't remember. But God, we took a 3-game conference lead over Green Bay that day. Over Rodgers. And it was just the most beautiful freaking thing ever. Mid Street was electric. I want that feeling again. Guys, I want that again. In Charlotte. And for one day, during that wild card game against the Rams, I felt that again. And I had a buddy with me, actually 2 buddies with me this time around, that got to witness this with me. And just, oh my God. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Like, I'm still hyped. I'm still hyped from that. I really am. It wasn't even that long ago, but I'm still hyped. And just the Clydesdales in front of the stadium, Cam Newton with his 4th and 1 podcast over there. There was just so much going on that day. It was impossible to keep up with it all. And just, if that's any taste of what's coming to Charlotte, good God. I'm so ready. I'm so here for it. My God. Oh, yes. Let's see. She worked in the stadium. Yeah, I'm not sure where though. She never did say where. She worked like in the offices or something, but I don't remember exactly where. But yeah, that is pretty cool though. It's awesome to know that like she was getting like discounts for tickets and stuff like that too. So it was pretty cool. Back in the day when Johnny Unitas was head coach, the QB. That was wild. That must have been a wild time to be working in that office. Wow. I can't even imagine. I was so excited. I have a video on my channel from back then. I recorded right after watching Terry Bradshaw and Fox present us as the NFC Championship trophy. Yes, dude. Like, I ate that up like a sponge, dude. I enjoyed every bit of that. Oh, man. That day was the proudest moment I've ever had as a Panthers fan. I've never felt more proud that day. And I have a replica NFC Championship ring too. Yep. Got it sitting on my desk. I don't have it with me immediately right now, but people have seen it. I've shown it on stream several times. And it's getting kind of lonely. It's getting real lonely. It needs a brother. That's all I'm saying. I remember Aaron Rodgers throwing the tablet to the ground during that game. I saw that live, dude. I saw that live. Oh my God. I could not stop laughing for at least like 2 minutes. They showed it on the big screen too. It was great. That's my favorite gift to this day. It's my favorite one. There's that picture of the guy sitting in the seat with water up to his knees from that 2011 Jaguars monsoon game. Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah, that's funny. The atmosphere at that wildcard game was special, man. Yes, it was. Incredibly special. It's a taste of what's coming, man. It's a taste of what's coming. If we stay on the track. You're starting to understand, like, people are starting to understand what is coming. I told y'all in 2023, I said, this is what's coming. Prepare yourselves and get on the train. Because once it leaves the station, it's gone. We ain't got no time for no bandwagoners. We ain't got no time for no garbage. We on the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's coming. And I feel like we're one more offseason away from finishing this. This depth on this team, the entire roster, and just completing this puzzle and making a run. A serious run. It's not going to happen this year. It's not going to happen with this schedule. But we will try to make a run for Atlanta. The Super Bowl Atlanta. And what I'm telling y'all is this. If we make it to the Super Bowl in Atlanta, my butt will have seats in that Super Bowl. I will be there. Physically and proud in my seats. You can bet on that. I'm 2 hours away from the crazy Dirty Bird country of Atlanta. And I'll tell you what, I'll be there, bro. This might be my one chance to actually see a Super Bowl game in my whole lifetime. So I might just be there anyway. But for us to be there in Atlanta, trying for a Lombardi, oh, you know my butt is going to be there. And I'm bringing somebody with me. Doggone it. I already got my one person. So, can you imagine winning a Lombardi in Mercedes-Benz Dome? Bro, with all the trash talking we have thrown at the Falcons, the 28-3s, the Falcons are choke artists, this, that, and the third. Can you believe if that were to happen in their dome? Bro, we would never let them hear the end of it. For decades. For decades. Even if we don't ever win another one for a while. Decades. I want that to happen so badly I can taste it as a Panthers fan. I'm hungry for it, man. And we are that close to making that happen. We're this close, y'all. This close. All we need is the right schedule in 27. And I'm telling you, it's happening. Bump Las Vegas. I don't care about Las Vegas. I want Atlanta as my Super Bowl destination. Bro, because all the Panthers fans will show up. We will all sit there and make it feel like a home game, bro. It will feel like we're in Charlotte for that Super Bowl. That's how beautiful that's going to be. Can you imagine that? Just picture that for a second. Just, oh my God. I can't even wrap my brain around that right now as a Panthers fan. But we're getting closer to that happening every single year. And it's just like, oh my God. The anticipation is just building, you know? Oh man, what that would do, you know, as far as like how the league sees us. That would send shockwaves around the entire league. We would never be disrespected again for at least another 20 years. There's no way. They would be talking about that for years. On ESPN. At least 2 or 3 years. Because there's no way. Once it's in the books, you can't unwrite it. No matter how much you hate this team. ESPN, CBS, ABC. No matter how much you hate this team, once we get that Lombardi in Atlanta, you cannot unwrite it. That's in there permanently. In permanent ink. Slapping you in the face for all the years that you slapped us around. With your stupid articles, with your stupid videos, with your stupid predictions that made absolutely zero sense. Trash talking our fan base, trash talking our players, and acting like we are the bottom feeders of the league. Were we at one point? Yes. But are we now? No. Notice how all those people that were throwing out all that bull crap are now silent after that Rams wildcard game. Notice how every single one of them is silent. That's the Carolina Panthers effect. That's the Dan Morgan effect. That is the Dan Morgan effect. Prove me wrong. I think it's amazing. I think it's beautiful. Man. And just now that we've gotten a taste of what that atmosphere is like, bro, it's like tasting the most delicious food you've ever eaten and saying, oh, but that's just a trial. That's just a test, you know? You want more of it. You want more. You're hungry for it. You need it. You gotta have it. So if you're at a restaurant, you spend money on it. You know what I'm saying? You spend money on it. Probably money that you don't have. But you spend it anyway. Because that is what we got right now. We got a hunger for it now. And now that these players have tasted that type of success, oof. There's only 3 teams I can see on this roster, this schedule so far, that are not going to get a taste of that hunger that's going to hit them in the mouth. There's only 3. And I'll tell you which 3 they are. Philly, Denver, because they've done it before to us, and Baltimore, because of where they are in the schedule. The rest of these teams have gotten a full taste of that hunger last year and the year prior. KC got a taste of that in year 2, and they were not happy. Oh, they were not happy. Philly got a taste of it year 1. They were not happy. Now they coming back for round 2. Round 2, ding ding, and it's gonna be a Philly this time. Ooh, I can't wait to see how that game goes. Oh man, if we're fully healthy going into that game, out of the bye week, that's gonna be a fun game. I wish that game was in Charlotte. I would be there, bro. Oh my god, I would be there. Can you imagine the energy if that game was in Charlotte and we went 4-0 starting out the season? Can you imagine how lit Mid Street would be walking into that game? Oh my god. Dude. Philly, you lucky you catching us in your home stadium. You're lucky. Because if that was in Charlotte, you don't want this smoke. You don't want this smoke. I'm telling you right now. A 4-0 Panthers team starting out the season this year, fully healthy, you don't want it. Because we will win. By a field goal, we will win. And I will put money on that if that was at home. And those certain circumstances were met. Yep, I'd put money on the spread on that. 1,000,000% I would. And I would win. Because I know this team. I know how we operate. I know how we're doing things. I know what it takes to get to that point. And so does Dan Morgan. So I think we got a lot of other things, that are coming our way, man. We really do. I love when they troll other teams on the Jumbotron. Yeah. Yes. 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 It's the most beautiful thing ever. The way we all stayed and chanted, keep pounding to let the team know we were proud of them. Yes. Yes. That's why I play that clip for the intro. Just the audio of it. Because people need to listen, and hear the feeling of what it's like to be a part of that chant is unreal as a Panthers fan. If you're from another country, if you're from another state, and you've never gotten a chance to do that, like, I don't even know how to properly describe that feeling to you. But it feels amazing to honor Sam Mills like that. I'm proud to be joining into that every time I'm there. I am so proud. And keep pounding goes beyond football. It's a life mantra. And that's another main reason of why I named this channel that. And I'm going to keep this name for as long as I possibly can without hitting copyright issues. You know what I mean? Because I think the management of this team respects why I'm doing what I'm doing with this. And that's why they haven't come after me with the copyright, or try to copyright that phrase. Because they see that everybody is trying to respect the Sam Mills name, you know what I mean, and his legacy with that phrase. But like, the feeling of that is just, oh my God. It sends a message, a strong, strong message, that you're not slowing down, you're not stopping. You are going to keep pounding through whatever issues you're going through. And outside of football, it could be whatever you need it for. You might be battling cancer, you might be battling lymphoma, you might be battling who knows what. Name it. Name whatever battle you're going through. Keep pounding through it. That's the message. You know what I'm saying? And it's a beautiful message, and it resonated with me immediately as soon as I first heard it. So, oh man, I'm so proud to carry on that name. I am. I could go on for hours and hours and hours ranting, giving positive words about that phrase. You're right, because I didn't hear anything about the crowd for that game. We were loud and proud. Social media was talking about how loud we were. Yes, they didn't have a choice. Didn't have a choice. They had to respond positively to us. And that's the beautiful thing. During 2015, all you heard was just the media parts praising us. Like they had no choice but to praise us because we were succeeding. And they hated it. God, they hated it. Do you remember that person that brought like this gigantic sign during one of the games? I think it was... I forget which game it was. I think it was Philly, actually. And they brought like this gigantic poster board. And it was just pure anger towards the Panthers. And I'm like, bruh. Like, you cannot be serious right now. Like, I know we're not doing this now. How the heck did y'all get that through the gate? That's what I want to know. How in the world did you get that past the gate? That's crazy. But yeah, there were some crazy things that happened during 15. because of our success, both positive and negative. And that's the thing. Like, I had people come into my chat from Australia, Japan, other countries, and show their support. After that, when I first started my channel the first year, once I finally got up to a respectable number, and they started talking about like 2015, and I was like, this is the energy we need right here. If we're going to represent ourselves in the NFL, I want people from other countries to come in here and say, this team is amazing, and say positive things, and bring the positive energy, and just say, I want to talk about Bryce Young. I want to talk about how Tedero McMillan got a long pass for a touchdown in this game, and stuff like that. Derek Brown did this. I want to hear that from people when they come in here. Instead, give us something positive to talk about when I try to get subscribers. You know what I'm saying? Like, give me something besides Cam Newton dropped the football, Ron Rivera this, Tapper that. I don't want to hear nothing about that when I'm trying to gain a subscriber. When I'm promoting my channel. Why would I want to hear about that? I done had enough debates with people about that already. I've watched countless people argue that over on Unk's channel, C3, everywhere else. Why am I going to waste time with that? I already know this person's not going to be a subscriber when I hear that. Matt Rule this, Frank Wright that. I already know they're not going to subscribe. I'm not going to waste my time on you. When you're talking about like positive things like T-Mac got a big touchdown in the Rams game, the Green Bay game, the Dallas game, that's how I know I'm about to gain a sub for this channel and grow this family. And it's not about the numbers. It's about who is joining. It's the people that are joining, man. They're passionate about the Panthers. They're passionate about what we're doing here. So when they're talking positive things, that's how I know I'm about to gain another member of this amazing community and family. And that's what I want. Is those types of fans that come in here. Yeah. And I mean, like, yeah, you're going to have your opinions. There's going to be some negative years. Sure. I understand that. And of some of those people that came in, that I talked to personally, did have nothing but negative things to say because that was what it was during Matt Rule and Frank Wright. And I get that. I'm not stopping you. I'm going to let you say whatever you need to say. Because it was what it was. We were at one time the worst team in 4 different American sports. It was what it was. We're not there anymore. And that's what I'm saying. We're not there anymore. We're not in that spot anymore. There are so many people that just want to see the negative out of life. They don't want to see the positive. It's so much easier to look at the negative and say, what is wrong with the world? And what is wrong with this team? Rather than the positive. And that's what I'm trying to get people to do. Is see the light. Dude, life is beautiful, man. There's so many things that are beautiful about this life. But if you refuse to see them, and you got the blinders on, you're not going to see them. Same with this fan base. Same with this team. If you refuse to see them, you're not going to see them. So, like, the media just refuses to see anything positive other than what they want to see. and they're just trying to fill a quota. You know, it is what it is. So getting back to that, I eventually do circle back around, to the original point. I do. I can go on some rants and some tangents sometimes, but I have a lot to say. And this platform is an excellent place to do that. And I respect this platform for what it is. I don't take it lightly. Had a hoarse voice for weeks after that? Yeah, fair. Fair. Me too. Being at a Panthers home game is beautiful, and chanting "keep pounding" with the entire stadium and knowing what it means to keep pounding. We got the team's back, and we're not quitting. Facts, man. Big facts. We need that week 1 crowd to have the same energy we had in the wild card. I completely agree. We bring that energy to the stadium. We have home field advantage crowd, influence in the game. And you've seen it. When this crowd gets that loud in the stadium, we can cause false starts, we can cause offsides, we can cause all kinds of mayhem on that field sometimes. With that type of energy. Derek Brown said the wild card game was the loudest he's ever heard that stadium. That's big facts. I was there. I heard it for myself in person. You think I was going to miss a wild card game after being a Panthers podcaster for 5 years? Come on. First wild card game we have in 10 years? Or playoff game in general? Nah, fam. Our players talked about how cool it was that we were so loud and had their backs. Absolutely. Like, we love you guys, man. We freaking love you guys. You're our team. We're going to show up. When you guys get to the playoffs, we're going to show up. Like, we're going to the bank. You know what I'm saying? Like, that team showed me grit, discipline, patience, all the things you're looking for in a successful team. And when you do that, when you match up against teams like the Rams like that, people are going to go to these games. Period. And yes, that is the first time these guys have seen that side of our fan base, because we had terrible coaching before that. So all the veterans that are here after Dan Morgan took over, didn't get to understand. They don't understand this. We can be brutal or we can be ultra supportive, depending on what type of a team we have. That's just our fan base. That's how we are. It's one side or the other, usually. I've never seen us go lukewarm. Ever. So, like, when you start doing what you're supposed to do out there, you get these dubs. Yeah, of course, we're going to show that side of ourselves, man. We're going to show you some love. We're going to show you what we do, who we are, and what we do. For players that deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, and that's the beautiful thing, man. We're going to have your back. Absolutely. Derek Brown and JC got drafted under Rule, and we're the laughing stock of the league. But you know what? Who was the GM at the time when we drafted JC and Derek Brown? Who was the GM? Because I'm gonna tell you right now. If it was Gettle, he would have had this team fully built up. If it was Marty, he would have put us in Cap Hill. But it was Scott Fitterer. Oh, wait. Everybody hates Scott Fitterer, right? Wait a minute. Scott Fitterer can't draft a good player, right? What? Where are all the good players that Scott Fitterer drafted? Oh, they're not on the team no more. Oh. But JC and Derek Brown are. And that's what happens when you develop players. Surprise, surprise. Oh, y'all weren't expecting that, were you? All these people that are expecting instant gratification, they're sitting out here like, oh, well, these rookies have to show out immediately. They have to start immediately. They have to blow out immediately. Let's get 1,000 yards. Let's get 1,000 tackles. Blah 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 blah. You know, it's like, bro, put down the Madden controller. You're making yourself look like a clown. Like, I'm just saying. Imagine what happens when you actually develop players. Imagine. Crazy, right? Oh my God. We actually have successful players. So, but the fact that we got these guys and they're still young and they had to go through rock bottom to get a chance to play a meaningful game, they have now lived. Keep pounding. Facts. They absolutely have. We also drafted Chuba because Matt Rule's life liked him. She had good taste. She was right. All the players that Matt Rule drafted choked. Gee, I wonder why. It's because you didn't have a plan. Crazy, right? Nobody thought about that. So, what do we learn from this? Have a plan. Have a GM that knows what he's doing. Have a head coach that knows what he's doing. Put everything together. And build from the lines. And look what we got right now. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting how we have a wild card game in our third year? And it's going to keep going from there. So, that in mind, I know we talked a lot about different things here today. I think it's time we start getting into a little bit of these pressers. Let's see. We got the Madden Super Team. What else we got here? Why this Panthers rookie is going to shock everybody. Okay, interesting. Zach Keatley. Huh. Alright. We'll take a look at him later. Let's see. What pressers do we want to do? That's a good question. I want to deep dive these. I want to deep dive these a little bit. Again, I promised I would get to these 2015 stories. I haven't gotten to them yet, and I apologize for that. Since we're talking about Luke Kuechly, here we go.
Try a whole
I
world
suggest
of
we start
delicious.
with this one. Let's start with this one. Right here. Oh, this is going to be fun. All right.
Chipping away, clock's running. We get on like the plus side of the field, and this place is like, it's just so loud. We're sitting on the bench, and you look, and you're like, Greg is wide open.
Starts the run, and head on by Luke Kuechly. Goodness, lost it, intercepted. Luke Kuechly, that's Luke Kuechly right there. That's Luke Kuechly. That's
So we played Tampa week 4, and then we had a bye. After that bye week, we went to Seattle.
Let's go, baby. We was trying 5 hours for nothing. We need this win, man. 5-0. Let's go.
2012, we played them at home, lost to them. 2013, played them at home, lost. 2014, we lost them in the playoffs. And we knew we had to beat them to get where we needed to go, and that place is impossible to play. It's loud, the energy, the crowd super into it. That's when they were cranking Marshawn and Legion of Boom and Russ, and Jimmy Graham was there, and they were stacked.
That game was wild.
We were down 2 scores late in the 4th quarter. We go down and score, so it's a 1-score game.
Jonathan Stewart leaps, and he's got it, touchdown.
We get like a quick stop. I don't know if it was a 3 and out or like 4 or 5 plays, not a whole lot. Punt the ball, and then it's like, here we go. We got the stop on defense. Now we got to go score on offense, and like if we do that, then we're a real team.
23-20, Seattle up by 3. Panthers threatening.
Cam drops back to pass, and he throws this ball that hangs in the air. You're watching the ball, and then you look, and you're like, Greg is wide open.
Everybody gets set. Cam Newton takes. Fades back.
He is wide open, and Greg catches that ball, and I think we were all like, that just happened?
Cam Newton throws a pass, Olsen end zone, caught, touchdown! Yes!
That was ridiculous. I'll never forget that moment.
And
Oh
I
my
remember
gosh.
the crowd, it was like pin drop. And the best sound in an away stadium is silence. And only thing you hear is your sideline. I remember he caught that ball, and we're all freaking out, and guys are yelling at the stand.
Olsen gets behind the secondary, and this crowd is quieted. Incredible play.
Greg catching that ball, that place went quiet, and it was kind of like, we're here now. And you walk into that locker room, and
Let's go. Let's go. That's how you do it.
I would love to go back and listen to what he said in that. I don't even remember. I think all of us were just like blacked out and don't remember what happened, but Ron was like, we're here now.
Hey, that's resilient, man. That's what you got to be. In this league, you have to be resilient. And you
Resilient.
do have to keep pounding. There's a lot of guys, hey, there's going to be a lot of guys who don't get game balls, I promise you that. But I do want to make sure we understand one thing. It is about keep pounding. Keep pounding, keep pounding, keep pounding. And this was it for me on Friday. Where's Sammy Mills? Here we go.
You see how much influence he put on the keep pounding mantra? Right there. That's what I want to see Dave Canales do. Dave, please put emphasis on that keep pounding mantra. Show these players what it means. And hammer it into their hearts. You know, because that's what's going to win us games like that. You know what I'm saying? I love every part of that. I love every part of that, man. That was amazing.
Hey, Sammy. Got him. Break him down, Sammy. Bring him up. Hey, keep pounding, man. Keep pounding on three. 1, 2, 3. Keep pounding.
That is so cool. Absolutely love that. All right. We already did the Ascension one. For the blueprint. Let's see. For those that haven't seen the schedule release for yet, let's do that.
Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole. Jalen, don't be soft. Hurry up. 3, 2, 1.
That's amazing.
I'm a professional.
Oh my god. The Atlanta Falcons. Dude. This is hilarious.
Yeah, I'm happy I had you here.
Fire in the hole. 3, 2, 1.
Let go of the bottle.
Let's get ready to rumble.
Green Bay. Oh, they blew up some cheese. Okay. That is sick.
That was some good now. Fire in the hole. 3, 2, 1.
Rocking horse. Nice. Baltimore Raven punching on a birdhouse. That's funny. I love this schedule release video. This is great.
Fire in the hole. Fire in the hole.
This is so good.
plank, you landlubber.
Ooh. Love it.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, y'all got a stuffed Bengal. That's great. The terrible towels. I love that. That's incredible. Alright, last two. Let's see it. Starbucks coffee. That's gonna offend the people that love Starbucks, though. I feel like. Ooh. That was cool.
I thought it blew up my hand for a second. Oh my goodness.
It's incredible. There it is. There you have it. Tell me
Your
what y'all
perfect
thought
domain.
about the schedule release video. It's pretty great, right? I loved it. I thought it was incredible. I'm not sure why I didn't like that the first time. Ooh. I would love to know this one right here. Freeling. I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I will be right back, folks. But we will continue on with that video next. Hit the like and subscribe if you haven't already. Alright, let's go. I'm ready for this. I want to know what the process was for drafting Mr. Monroe Freeling. Let's go.
Finding players that fit our culture, finding players that want to be here, because it means something to be here in the Carolinas. It's finding players that have an innate drive, instinct.
He said it means something to be a player in Carolina. What does it mean to be a player in Carolina? What do y'all think? I find that phrasing very interesting, because he's right. But I'm curious to see what people think. What is your opinion about what you think it means to be a Panther in Carolina?
Intelligence, toughness. That's what we're looking for the Carolinas. There's always pressure. There's always pressure.
He said what?
There's always drive, instinct, intelligence, toughness. That's what we're looking
Pride, instinct, toughness.
for the Carolinas.
Okay.
Oh, there's always pressure. There's always.
Let's see what's going on here. Let's see what's going on this board real quick. So you have okay, so they're keeping track of like what the trades were, right? Where all these number picks are. Okay. I'm just trying to understand.
Because you want to make the right pick for your organization, for the fans, but in all, it's through our whole fall and spring process. And once we get to this point, the decision's made because we did the work.
All right, first off, before we start, I know it's like a ton of work that you guys put in. It's super helpful just like through the whole evaluation process.
Well, it all kind of starts during the summer where we get our initial list, and then we go out all over the country, building relationships, really learning what these kids are like, talking to people that are around them.
What's he like on like a day-to-day basis? Like, do his teammates like him?
Can't have like the tough, intense competitor without some like the moodiness.
Area scouts, the blood, sweat, and tears of all of this.
I just love the way that he plays. Like, I know he doesn't have the play strength, but like he has relentless effort and pursuit. Like, you gotta account for him.
Not a huge product of work, but what he did do this year was pretty good.
They're gone 14 to even 21 days at times.
Just because of.
Now, who were they talking about when they said there was a player that you can't have the talent without the moodiness? Who were they talking about? These are the brilliant minds behind the players that we have right now. And tipping my cap to you, because incredible work. Incredible work. Because it's gotten us results. You know?
I mean, he's a freight train.
They are a lifeline within our building.
We essentially start from the top down and go through every position and then cross-reference every position laterally with each other.
I think the alignment between us and the coaches has been as good as it's ever been.
Good first step quickness and change of direction. I like how physical he plays.
But this guy got better ball skills and is smarter.
Love the size, ball skills, really good range.
Let's go O-line.
Coaches are showing you how they're going to use each player.
He's got that superhuman strength. If he touches you, it's over.
How they're going to fit in our system and what we're trying to do.
I'm telling you, you won't have any problems with him when it comes to football.
You like the kid?
I like the kid. I really do.
And it gives us a clear vision of a player, so it just makes everything that much easier to select.
Bet you can't. Man, that's crazy. Hearing them talk about these players like that, you know, and just understanding, like, okay, these are the types of things that we should be paying attention to. Like, the footwork's good, this, that, and the third, you know. We're not going to have a problem with them, blah, 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 you know.
We usually have coaches, you know, jump on Zoom calls with potential draft picks because it's going to be one of their first or even second touch point. They need to get to know the kid as much as we know the kid.
The row.
Hello?
You got me?
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. What's going on, buddy?
We had him at the, combine. Did a Zoom call with him, just to get to know him a little bit.
How's the process been for you? Pretty fun?
It's been fun, but like I'm just trying to play ball. And at the end of the day, like process is cool, but like I kind of want to just get to the point where I'm just on the field playing ball at this point.
Yeah.
Like it's a lot of X's and O's, not as much actually going out there and being on the field. But
well, big part is everybody's just trying to figure out, mentally where you are and all that.
Right.
That's part of the process.
And when I was sitting there on the Zoom call, I always start with kind of their stuff as far as, Georgia's offense. Hey, what'd you call this? What was this play? He was extremely sharp.
yeah, so we called this
center sliding left. I'm just going down in the B gap just to sell the deuce.
I mean, the thing we're trying to find out is you want the kid to talk football. You know, you want to see his mental capacity. You know, how comfortable was he with his own stuff that he just got done playing with for the last couple of years, the calls, the offense. You know, when you put the tape on, and you know, does he have recall by just watching the play?
I love you're ripping these plays off from the wide. You don't even need the end zone.
And then talking football, like, okay, hey, what'd you do here? You know, what was your technique? Coach me through that.
A high left hand and then a lower right hand, just because I know it's a D tackle, he's not going to beat me with speed for real.
Punch, and I like the concept that you use your outside hand, and that shows up tape. That's huge.
You want to kind of evaluate them, like when they're watching the tape, how honest are they with their self-evaluation?
Yeah, I'd probably stay lower through contact.
Because you can see here, you're a little bit of a waist.
How honest are they in their self-evaluation? Interesting. I like this. Oh, that's a very intelligent approach.
Right there.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that's part of just punch timing.
But the thing that was pretty good is, you know, during the Zoom, he was like, well, we call it this, but, you know, I'm trying to call it, he was calling it our stuff.
Using your guys' terms, to be a Rocky or Ricky?
It'd be Ricky Lucky. So you're talking Ricky.
Yeah.
Oh, you're throwing the terms out. I like that.
So you guys would call it a slip to 44?
Yep.
You could tell that he put time into, you know, the material. He studied it. He knew, you know, he was on point with all that.
What's the difference between the two protections?
He is on point with this, the call outs.
6-man, 5-man.
You got it.
I think that's.
Yep.
Or, as you guys would call it, a slip to 26.
What protection would that be that I sent you?
This one, I mean, I think it would be 53 right here.
Very good.
And that was the thing that really impressed me with it. The second thing was like when I went down to the pro day, just having an opportunity to work with him for that short period of time on the field, and you know, said, hey, here's some things I think we're going to have to change, and he really tried to do it in a short period of time, you know, during the pro day, which was kind of cool. You know, you go through this process and you're saying, hey, here are the guys you'd love to have. And you know, and to be honest with you, I didn't even have him. I didn't think he would be there, you know. And then all of a sudden it felt like, wow.
Monroe, Dan Morgan, how you doing, man?
What's going on?
That is really fascinating to watch that whole process of like how he was evaluating him. And like the whole conversation he was having with him. I'm learning a lot, and I love this, you know, like, even as a fan, like, I happen to know, like, some stuff about this stuff, but, like, even folks that know a lot about the game are still learning a lot, you know, through, like, conversations like that about players. And like how that process goes when you're interviewing a player, when you're trying to understand who they are, their mannerisms, you know, what would they do in certain situations, their intelligence level. This is fascinating stuff to me. I love this.
Hey, how would you feel about being a Panther, man?
Amazing, actually.
Let's go, man. We're excited to have you, man. Super excited.
I'm a die for y'all, man. I'm telling y'all.
Hell of a player, man. We're jacked to get you. I'm gonna hand you off to our owner, David Tepper. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Congrats, man.
Hey, Monroe, you doing good? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing really good.
Well, you sound happy, so that's a good thing.
I'm doing really good.
No, that's great. Hey, welcome into the Panther family. Okay.
Y'all keeping me in state, man. Right there.
All right. I'm gonna hand you over to the coach right here. Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Cool.
Monroe, what's up, man?
Hey, what's going on?
Oh, brother, this is a great day. I'm glad it played out this way. We're so fired up to get you here, man.
I'm also fired up, man. Fired up.
We're gonna have to teach you what keep pounding means, though. Okay, so we'll get you initiated and all that.
I'm glad you didn't hold that against me.
Well, awesome. Hey, have fun. Enjoy this time with this moment with your family and your friends.
I will.
All right, brother.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
I love that that's what he said in the phone call is we're going to have to teach you what keep pounding means. Because that's what I want out of my head coach. That's what we want. We want it to teach these guys what this phrase means right out of the gate. Because if you're going to be a Panthers player in any form, you got to know what that means in this new organization. Because it's the foundation of what we are teaching these players. You know, as far as our culture and our way of doing things. That is amazing. Thank you, head coach Dave Canales, for that right there. Love it. Please continue doing that. Make that a thing, man.
Obviously, when you get a guy in your position on the first night of the draft, that raises everybody's expectation. Everybody's a big believer. You know, iron sharpens iron.
Athletic left tackle with a tremendous upside. He's been a starter for close to 2 years. He's 6'7", he's 315 pounds, almost 35-inch arms. What else would you want? And he helps protect one of our most valuable players on our team.
The way he's wired, the way he plays, the athleticism. He can match with his feet, he's strong, he has length, he can shut down whoever's across from him. I mean, the ceiling with him is undefined as of yet.
I can't wait to see him in a
hands it off, room for Frazier, and he's inside the 40.
That's a big dude, too. Oh, my God. That's a big gentleman. I love it. Love every part of this. When we're doing what we're supposed to do, this is just a joy. You know? To check out videos like this and just review stuff like this.
Good set lines in pass pro. He can move. He uses his hands. A lot of times guys will have that length and they play small. He doesn't.
Never stop chopping, man! Come on!
He's a first-round draft pick. I'm excited to get him in the room. I'm sure he'll fit in great with the guys that we got, and look forward to everybody getting out there and competing.
Honestly, I didn't know I was going to be here. I mean, I didn't really know I was going to be anywhere, but getting that call, especially when it was, the timing, it was all just like perfect and surreal that I'm here. I feel like all roads led back to Charlotte. The fact that the first college football game was in the stadium is crazy.
Yeah, right. Georgia Clemson.
It just kind of feels like it was the path that was set out for me and that I'm meant to be there. It's definitely kind of insane. It feels like when I go and think about everything that's ever happened and what's happened, it's like this was meant to be.
Someone will love me and make me feel at home. Send me a postcard and I'll
Let's go, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Take it all in, okay?
I'm taking it all in. Oh my God.
They wanted to see how tall I am next to you.
How tall are they expected or what?
I've had a lot of people energize me, and I think especially the fan base being so welcoming and being so passionate, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna come fight for this team. Like, this is my team.
All right, hey, let's hear one more time from Monroe. Your newest Carolina Panther.
This is important right here.
You are the newest Carolina Panther. You are our newest draft pick. We're so happy to have you here. Monroe, welcome to the Carolina Panthers.
Heck yeah.
Y'all ready?
Everyone's great people, and that's really the thing that I'm running into. Everyone's so nice and kind, and it's like, it's going to make it easier for me to have a good transition, and especially being so close to home, it's going to feel that way.
Hey, I love you too. You know? Let's get in here for the real thing. Good to see you, bro. I'm so glad you're here.
I'm so psyched. This is literally home for me. It's home. I'm 3 hours from there, so
Couldn't have worked out better.
literally, like, it's awesome. I'm so excited.
Yeah, likewise.
Pretty amazing, huh?
It really is. You can't make it up. I didn't even know. I mean, I had no idea where I was going to go, but it's crazy that I'm really, like, in my backyard. It hasn't really hit me yet. I don't know when it will, but maybe when I have a little more sleep under my belt, you know? So, you guys ready to go locker room touring anyway? I think you have to love the game of football to be able to play offensive line. It sounds like an obsession almost, but I love the nature of the position. Like, I like to get out in space. I like to run block people. If you watch the film, you'll see that I'm trying to get a pancake every single play, as hard as it is. No, that's sick. That's dope. Can't believe it, man. I really can't. I want to be a maul in the run game, and I want to be smooth in the pass game. I want to sit down pass rusher. I just want to play like an athlete. I mean, I'm going to be enthusiastic every single day. I'm going to bring the fire every single day. I'm going to bring the fire on game days, no matter where it is. And I'm going to protect Bryce, number one. Just so y'all know, I'm going to be out there every single day to give it my all.
That's what I like to hear right there. That's what I like to hear. That's what we all like to hear right there. That's what's up. All right, let's get into Dave Canales.
In Greenville, Chase.
Ooh, okay. Oh, look at him. He looks happy. Let's go.
I'll try to give you a good question for an opening statement here then.
This is going to be a fun one.
Hey, Dave, how are you?
Good. How are you, Cass?
Good. You talked about 2 years ago, like the primetime games being kind of a sign of what the rest of the league thought of the Panthers. Obviously had one last year, 3 this year. Just from your perspective, what does that kind of say about the national narrative or understanding of where the Panthers are?
For me, it's just about opportunity and proving our football, guys playing with that energy. We're a fun team to watch. Last year, a couple of games that no one really gave us a shot at. We're able to play competitive football and win some of those. And there were also games that got away from us. But the overall general improvement from our group, watching our players emerge and really step into their own and really bring that type of environment, especially just being around town and just hearing the outpouring from our fan base here, and just how excited they are for the season. So there's a building excitement. For me as the head coach, I just get excited about the primetime games because, as we all know, as you get playoff opportunities, these are night games sometimes. They're just standalone games, and the way that they stagger them, it helps us to be able to practice and be able to play in different environments. Play at night on primetime games in odd windows, and sometimes it's a Saturday game or a Sunday, and all that just prepares you for the postseason and for those opportunities. So I'm excited to have that and play some excellent teams that we respect.
And then just one more from me. Last year, this team had one of the latest possible buys in the NFL. This year, I think it's the earliest. What are kind of the differences in how you shape your preparation and season when you've got a Week 5 bye?
Yeah, the early bye week for us, looking at it from a positive lens, it's after you get a couple of games under your belt and you start to see the things that you were practicing and hoping to emerge coming out of training camp, the emphasis and all your different phases. You have a quick snapshot, 4 games, to be able to collect reliable data to say, is this something that's actually good for us, or is this something that we may need to back off on a little bit, or something else may pop up, which always does, schematically, offense, defense, and special teams. Things that aren't as good as you thought, things that are better than you thought. How can we then, pivot to try to make those more of a focal point and a feature of what we're doing? So that's how we kind of take advantage of that. The other way too is just, I know sometimes we'll go into the season, and while you hope no one gets hurt during the training camp during preseason, sometimes there are injuries that happen, and having an early bye week kind of gives you an extra week to get somebody back. You know, if someone ends up on PUP or something, it gives
That's
you a
an
window to
excellent
be able to
point.
get them out there, move them around before you launch into the, you know, the meat and potatoes of the season.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. For me, it's getting that extra week of getting those players back and preparation and changes, like he was saying. Plus that extra week of being able to evaluate your next opponent too, and understanding like, oh, we have this extra week now that we can take a closer look at Philadelphia. You know, instead of just, okay, well, it's just the typical weekly preparation. So I think that's definitely at the right time to prepare us for the rest of the season. Because of the injuries, the timing wise, because right around that time, the injuries hit like a truck. So you have to be prepared for a lot of these different scenarios. And Detroit is going to start playing harder too around that time of week 3. So, or week 4. My mistake. Week 4. So it will cause a few injuries. And that's why I really like that break in between those two teams. We'll just see how that plays out, though.
Dave, when you think about how narrow the margins were at the end of last season, and you see 4 out of 5 games, four of your last 5 at home, what sort of advantage is that, and how aware were you of that as soon as the schedule came out?
Yeah, that was something I saw right away and was very appreciative of that going into the finish of the season, being able to be at home in front of our crowd and at Bank of America Stadium. The energy that was building towards the end of last season, it just excites me to be able to see that, you know, through the holiday season, and in that time, you know, you have an opportunity to be at home and finish on your own terms, on your own turf. So that was a pretty exciting thing for me. And then also just being able to have the first game be at home. You know, it's been a couple of years, but to right off the bat get in front of our fan base and really pick up where we left off in terms of where they were showing up with such great energy, you know, coming out early, being out there during warm-ups and, you know, welcoming the players that came out group by group to feel that energy kind of build into the game. And the guys will be really excited to get that started the right way.
Yeah, and Carolina Panthers guy, you mentioned that earlier during the stream. So he's echoing exactly what you're saying, and I completely agree.
Thank you.
Mike Kay, followed by Alex Zitlow.
Hey, Dave,
Very
thanks for
big.
doing this. Turk recently underwent a neck surgery. Can you fill us in on what went into the decision to do that, how this all kind of played out from your perspective?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it pretty vague. Just those are kind of private conversations that we have. But basically, you know, it was about.
Bro, you're not going to get anything out of that. That's HIPAA, bro. It's private conversations. You're not going to get anything that's going to lead you to a decision-making process on something like that. If you never worked in the medical field or understand the medical field at all, yeah, that's a very real thing. You're not going to get any info on that.
About a week and a half ago, just was feeling a little bit of discomfort. And went in and talked to Denny, and Denny was like, well, this is something we should take a look at. And, you know, they found some things that needed to be addressed, you know, from a surgical standpoint. And so it was like, you know, obviously with the timetable of the season and all those things, like this is something that needs to be done now. And he's recovering great, and we'll just take it week by week and see where he's at.
And then I don't know if this was a glitch on the website or whatever, but Jim Caldwell is no longer on the staff. Could you elaborate how that, what the outlook is there, and maybe if you're going to fill that position?
Yeah, first of all, just gives me an opportunity to talk about what an amazing support Jim was, Coach Caldwell, for those first 2 years, having been a head coach, having been around coaches who I really respect, and just remembering all the little things, building a training camp and the ebb and flow of the practices and duration, and how to challenge guys mid-season in different spots, and with just all the things that, as a first-time head coach, while I had been with Pete for 14 years, it was just so good to be able to have somebody that I could call at any point who was fully invested in what we were doing, to help me address the team, add things to our practices that might help different things that we needed improvement on, just really practical wisdom, different ways, and someone who I really grew to trust, and really just had an amazing time. At the end of this past season, I had opportunity to bring in Carl Smith, a coach that's we affectionately call Tater, and he's one of my primary football mentors, somebody who brings years of experience, was a sounding board for Pete for a lot of those years while we were in Seattle, and a guy that I really trust, who really raised me in the coaching profession in terms of game clock management, training the quarterback, just offensive philosophy and different things that we've talked about over the years. This was an opportunity for him to fill in the role in a similar capacity where he'll be working remotely, but he'll be here for camps. He'll be here for mini camp. He'll pop in during training camp. But it really is an opportunity to have somebody who's not in the building every day, who's watching the same film we are, but also being able to evaluate our roster and talk about players that we may not be talking about in our meetings. And then, of course, when we get into the season, it'll be a more regular correspondence in terms of looking at the last game, different decisions that were made in ways that we can improve. So I'm excited for that opportunity. Again, super grateful for Coach Caldwell and all he's meant to me over the last 2 years.
Interesting. Okay, so this dude was Pete Carroll's mentor. Or a sounding board. Not mentor, but sounding board. Interesting. Wow. Dave seems to know what he's doing here. I like this. I like this. Yeah. If Caldwell can't do it anymore, bring in the next best guy. I like this. Very interesting. He said pointing out players that normally wouldn't be noticed. Let's see. Yeah, I like where this is going. I like this move.
Thank you.
Smart move.
Hey, Dave. Thanks for taking the time.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, man. So it was reported last week that y'all will have 2 joint practices during the preseason with the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Houston Texans. What are the advantages to having a joint practice, particularly with those 2 franchises?
Okay, question. Are these 2 joint practices is it 1 joint practice per team, or is it 2 joint practices with each team? That's my question, because that's how it's always been done. It's 2 joint practices with each team that you've done joint practices with. So, I'm wondering if that's still the case. I hope so. I like these joint practices because these guys will have the opportunity to test out what they learned all week, They've been through multiple reps, they've been through multiple teaching opportunities, and now they get a chance to test out what they know. So I would like to see 2 per team. That's what I would like to see, if that is the case. And I think that's the league rule, if I'm not mistaken.
It's been a great experience for me. We never did that in Seattle, but when I got to Tampa, that was my first experience with the joint practice we went up to the New York Jets and practiced with Robert Saleh and had a great day. Really focused on one big practice and then our normal walkthrough separately the day afterwards. But it's a controlled environment, and we're able to get high intensity work, and we're able to manufacture different situations. With the preseason games, they're extremely valuable. Obviously, they're out there. The players are out there playing games, but you don't always get all the situations. You know, you may go through a preseason and not get any goal line work. You know, where you can work some goal line in a controlled setting with that type of understanding, and really get to evaluate your team that way. And then, of course, with just the limited amount of exposure for your starters in the preseason, you're maximizing their full speed reps against another opponent. The other part of it too is you end up seeing the same scheme practicing it yourself over and over. When you get into these joint practices, there's a strategy to the schemes that you're playing against, and where we're a 3-4 base defense, and we do have our nickel 4 down stuff, but to see a 4 down base system with the wide 9 playing up the field, the penetrating defensive fronts versus the 2-gap read types of techniques, all those things are different, and the blocks hit differently. And so these are just great opportunities for us, again, for the conditioning, for the readiness for the season, but then also just some of the different schematic work that you can get, and then manufacturing situations in as controlled of a setting as you can have with the coaches. And because D'Amico and I have a lot of comfortability with each other, practicing against each other, it was a fantastic physical practice in the heat in Houston last year, and we hope to bring them in here and show them the same hospitality they did for us.
Made with real milk and cream.
Cool. Yeah, he's absolutely right.
We have time for a couple more. We'll go with Joe Person, followed by Jeff Hawkins.
Hey, Dave. Good to see you.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, you said this, but just to be clear, you all did not know about Turk's neck deal before drafting Lee Hunter?
We did not. That's correct.
Ooh, good question, Joe. Good question. Interesting. So they did not know about this neck injury. So they were drafting a starter that they could put into depth situations while they developed him, because they thought Wharton would still be on the field. That's interesting. Okay. I'm just trying to get into the mindset of this coaching staff right now. That's really interesting. Okay, continue.
How beneficial now in hindsight was that selection of Lee?
Well, it's very important now, just depending on what the timeline looks like, and I don't have specific dates right now with all that, but to get big young bodies into the program is always a good thing. With Monroe, and then with Lee, right off the bat with the first 2 picks, quality players who we expect to be in the mix to compete, to help our team, and it was just philosophically speaking, it's like best available, absolutely, and then when these big physical violent players come along, it's we were really excited to be able to add those guys, and now in a different way, Lee, Cam Jackson, these guys that we've brought into our program are going to really need to step up for the guys in different roles.
And then have any other injury or surgery situations popped up since we've last talked to you?
Not right now, no.
And then lastly from me, just kind of wonder if you would give us an overview of looking at this schedule, from 10,000 feet and where your program is as you start year 3.
Absolutely. First, the structure of it, really
Another
appreciative for being able to get that home game right off the bat, starting the season. We're all very excited about that. The primetime games, championship moments, truly championship opportunities against great opponents. We got to have that. It brings out the best in us. It calls upon our best on a weekly basis. We're not looking past any games. Certainly, these are, as I of course, take the philosophy of every game is a championship opportunity. I try not to pass judgment on what the schedule is going to look like because we don't know. You get in 4-6 games and teams look different every year. And so while you may try to make an assumption about what a team may be or not, you just really can't. You really just have to respect each opponent and take the most recent information we have. But certainly having, finishing the season at home, the last game at home is exciting, but also 4 out of those 5 to be able to play at home is big for us to be able to build that momentum with our fan base and finish well. So really appreciative of those things, and to get a little variety with a Thursday night, a Monday night, a Sunday night to break us out of the 1 o'clock kick, where, just it allows us to have to adjust and have to, the team to see, look, this week's going to look a little different. That's a part of it. That's a part of the championship mindset is, can we find good quality work with a shorter week or a longer week?
Facts. And that's really big right there, is adjustment. And that's one of the things I wanted to see out of this team this year is adjustment. Because last year we got into kind of that rhythm of just win-loss, 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 win-loss. And we just never adjusted. And now we got those opportunities to get like 4 o'clock games. We got Monday night games. We got a Thursday night game. Let's see how we adjust to that. I like that he's pointing that out. Very good.
So I'm excited for those opportunities. I always look for the newness as a way to challenge us and come together to find solutions.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff?
Thanks. Hey, thanks, Dave, for taking the time. Hey, just looking at following up on the schedule, the Panthers have traveled the fewest air miles in the league, nearly 30,000 fewer than the 49ers. What kind of advantage is that for the overall health of the team?
Yeah, recover.
Ooh, excellent question. Excellent question. I like these reporters today.
Recovery, minimizing the time you're spending on planes. Flying does do a little bit of something to your body. It's been something that we've had to find ways to recover in that process, and wearing compression sleeves and doing recovery in the hotels. And it certainly can be an advantage to be able to get a little bit back into the tank, get to your hotel sooner, settle in, go through your meetings, go through your body care and prep that happens day before a game. So it's something that we're certainly appreciative of. And of course, being in Charlotte, we're kind of central to the Northeast, the South, the East Coast, the Midwest. Everything just kind of feels within range that these are shorter trips. So we'll try to take full advantage of that. And I'm sure the guys will appreciate that, being able to, get up and down and get right back to our recovery and our prep.
Mm-hmm. And from a personal side, how important is getting a Week 17 rematch at home against the Seahawks?
Very interesting, right? Just the same exact week, same time of year, bringing them back out here to Charlotte. We can't wait for those opportunities. Another great team, another championship opportunity that'll bring out the best in us, and I love that. I love being able to finish the end of the season with an outside division opponent, a conference opponent that is obviously the Super Bowl champions and highly regarded and respected. But we got a lot of football to play until that game, and so we'll see where we're at going into that one, and that goes for both teams, but it was very exciting to see that.
Hey, good luck this year.
All right, thank you.
Very interesting questions. I like that he's energized and he's excited for that Seattle matchup, because that's exactly what we need to be. We need to be energized. We need to be hyped up. We need to be, optimistic that we have that talent level that could compete with some of these other teams. Even if we do take the loss by 3, at least we came in firing on all cylinders and we tried to bring everything that we had into that matchup. And the excitement pre-game, for matchups like that is big. Because it shows, we have that winning energy. We have that championship energy. That's big. So, very well answered on that question, Dave. very happy to see that schedule look like it does as well. I agree. Let's see. There's an entrance press conference for Chris Brazil the second, which I'm not too keen on those, really, to be honest. I typically tend to look at those right before training camp on my own time. Just so I can get a gauge on who they are before they go into training camp. But like, if you guys are interested in that, like, that's more of the grunt work, you know, of what I do. Changing the culture. You guys want me to do this one? I could. For Dan Morgan. Changing the culture. I think we pretty much learned all we need to learn about that, so. Run CMC, okay. Let's see what else we've got. Do we have any like major former players that are involved in some of these press conferences or highlight interviews or whatever? Because in that case, I would be interested. Yeah, like Luke breaking down the schedule. I'm interested in that.
I like it, though. I mean,
I think it's a good schedule.
Early bye week, good reset. Week 8, kind of mini bye after the Thursday night game, and then we got a pretty good stretch at the end of the season. But having 4 of 5, having 6 of 7 at home to end the season, JJ, with the playoffs after the bye
Oh,
week.
that's right, with the playoffs
Yeah.
and a bye week, another bonus bye.
But 4 of 5 at home to end the season. One game that could be a little bit chilly. I feel like we're in pretty good shape. I like it, though. I mean,
I think it's a good schedule.
Early bye week, good reset. Week 8, kind of
okay.
I like it.
So he likes.
I like it, though. I mean,
I think it's a good schedule.
Early bye.
Okay. We'll see how that goes. Blueprints on these guys. 24 hours. Mic'd up for training camp. That was 8 months ago, though. I don't want to do 8 months ago. I want to do pressers. That's more what I'm interested in. There we go. I don't really care about rookie minicamp unless there's something major that comes out of it. Post-draft press conference. There we go. That's what I want. That's what I want. Let's look at that and then that one. I want to get inside the head of these guys. Why did they draft who they drafted? Like, what was their thought process? How do these guys fit?
To see everybody, brain's a little fried right now. First off, just kind of want to thank the staff, the scouting staff, the coaches, football operations, everybody involved for what we feel is a successful draft. We felt like we definitely...
Wow. He said it already right out of the jump. He said successful draft. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, Dan. Coming with that energy already. Well, this is going to be fun. Let's see what this interview is. This
definitely got better. We challenged the roster in a lot of spots. Gained a lot of depth in a lot of areas. So yeah, we feel good about what we accomplished during the draft and excited about things moving forward. And we're obviously headed in the right direction. So With that, I'll open it up to any questions.
We'll kick things off with Joe Person.
Hey, Dan.
What's up, Joe?
Good to see you, man.
You too.
Sorry, it's getting a little dark over here.
Oh, you're good.
Once you traded back to 227. What about, I heard you talk about challenging the roster and building depth. Did you draft anyone this weekend you think will start from day one?
I think everybody that we draft, I think they'll all have the opportunity to compete, and that's what we're all about here. Myself and coach and the rest of the staff, we want to bring guys in to challenge the roster and have them compete. And we bought in a bunch of competitors during this draft, and they're going to have a chance to compete and show us what they can do, and it'll be fun to watch.
Short answer, we don't know yet. We got to see them compete with each other. Then we'll know. That's what training camp's for.
Which of these guys do you think has the best chance to make the biggest, earliest impact?
I think it's up to them. I think I'm excited about all the guys that we drafted. Otherwise,
Joe, it's a decent question, but he's not going to answer that because he doesn't know yet. He hasn't seen them on the field doing training camp drills yet. Like, come on, bro. Like, you keep barking up the same tree with the same generic questions. Give him something that makes sense. Ask him something that's relevant.
We wouldn't have drafted them, so they're all going to have the opportunity to come in and compete, and we're excited to see what they can do.
Are you considering bringing in another undrafted quarterback?
Potentially.
Now there's a decent question. Thank you.
We'll do that.
That's
and
what
have
I'm
four
looking
quarterbacks, which we really haven't had since I don't think we've been here. But yeah, there's definitely the potential for that.
You think it's like?
Which we did. And I don't recall his name offhand. Let me see the transactions real quick. Now, when this press conference came out, are we talking about Haynes King? Is that the guy that we brought in? Or are we talking about which one? Oh, yeah, Haynes King. Or was this prior to that point and we brought in Kenny Pickett and Will Grier? Which one? We brought in Kenny Pickett after Haynes King, didn't we? I think we did. We might have. What did we get Kenny Pickett? Hold on, let me check the transactions real quick. I'll be able to tell you once I see these. I know we signed. There it is. 311. We signed Kenny Pickett. Then we went after Will Grier on 421. And that's a doggone shame that Andy Dalton went for a 7th rounder. That's a ham sandwich and some chips. I was hoping to get at least a 6 for him. Oh well. But I mean, that's what he was doing during preseason, though, and during regular season play. So, can you really blame him for only wanting to offer a 7th? Honestly, I can't. I think think Pickett was the last. Oh, there's Greer. So Greer was the last quarterback that we brought in. When was this presser? This was 4 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago. This is a month ago. So around that time, we went after Will Greer. Okay. Yep. All right. So Will Greer is the one they're talking about. Got it. Continue.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alex Zitlow.
Hey Dan, congrats on getting through another NFL draft.
Thanks. What's up, Alex?
What's up, man? Particularly on day 3, there seemed to be a couple guys who fell to you guys, particularly Zakee Wheatley and Sam Hecht. Are those two guys, when you had the opportunity to draft them, were you surprised that they were still available at when you got the chance to take them?
Yeah, a little bit.
Excellent question. Very good question. I like this guy. That was a very unorthodox question. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. Let's go.
I think you saw us kind of maneuver around the board a little bit. Just looking at our board, we had a handful of players that we had up there, so we're like, hey, we like these guys. Like, they're all guys that we feel like can help us. So we're like, let's trade back. Let's gain more picks, gain more value. And, we did that, and it worked out in our favor at the end.
Mm.
Specifically about Zakee, how do you see him fitting into this defense?
Yeah,
another excellent question. Okay, media, you're starting to bring some people in here that actually know what they're doing. About time. Let's go.
Just a big, long, physical guy. He fits the DNA that we want, the type of competitor that we want. He can play the post. He can play up in the box. He can do a lot of things for our defense that we're excited about.
Okay. See, this is what I'm looking for out of the sports media. When you get people in here during these pressers that actually know what to ask for and ask intelligent questions, you can learn a lot. This is what I want right here. Thank you.
Any more questions? Cass?
Hey Dan, how's it going?
What's up, Cassidy?
You had a couple of guys today that made it through college, or at least the last couple of years, without a single penalty. Is that just kind of a coincidence, or is that something that y'all value and look at?
I mean, obviously, we don't want penalties. I think it's more a coincidence.
You might be new, so I'm going to let you off the hook. That's not, obviously that's a part of the process. So, I'm not going to say that's necessarily a dumb question, but, that's a lower level intelligence question, typically. But I'll let you off the hook because I think you're new to the media people here. I haven't heard her name before, so she's probably new.
Than anything. Nice. But honestly, I didn't even really know that. That's kind of cool, though.
Yeah, I think it was Wheatley and Heck made it through without a penalty in college, or at least last couple of years. And then on Will Lee specifically, he comes off the tape like really just kind of tenacious. How important is that in a safety back there?
Yeah,
There we go. There we go. Much better question. How much do you value tenaciousness when you're scouting players, when you're drafting players? That's a much better question. I think it's high on the priority list. For sure. Let's see what he says.
Corner, safety, that's what we want. That's our identity. We want to be physical. We want to be tough. We want to be competitive. And, we're drafting those type of...
Absolutely. very well worded answer, Dan Morgan. I love it.
Guys in our culture, and I think every one of those guys that we drafted, from the first round all the way down to the 7th, they embody that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They sure do. I like that. Very
Aaron
good.
Gant, followed by Mike Kay.
Dan, specifically to Hecht at center, what did you guys see in him that you like, and how do you see him competing right out of the gate?
Yeah, he's going to have a chance to compete. I think first and foremost, you see his initial quickness. He's really good with angles. He can reach guys. He's good with his hands, getting his hands inside, controlling blockers, and staying sticky on blocks. I would say is the biggest thing with him, staying on his feet, keeping his balance. He's another guy that can work to the second level. He can get out in space as a puller. So there's a lot of things that we like about him.
I like this answer. It's like check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark, check mark. He can do all of these things. I love this. He's listing out bullet points of why he likes him. Very cool. So we're getting inside the head of Dan Morgan here. And that's a very, very interesting question and answer right there that we can learn a lot from. So those are the things that he is valuing in a center. And this dude is checking these boxes. All right, let's go.
Was it a priority for you this weekend to make that room not only deeper but younger as you look at the makeup of the offensive line as a whole?
Yeah, I definitely think we need.
He's been saying that literally every press conference, bro. Pay attention. See, these are these questions that you're circling the wagon. He's asking whether we want depth and competitiveness. Yeah. How do you think you build a roster, bro? You think we're playing Madden here? You think we're just building on stacked players? On star players? And just spending a bunch of money? He said this multiple times in multiple different press conferences. Do your homework, please, before you come in with a question like that. See, that's the stuff I'm going to roast a media person on right there. Because when you come in here and you don't do homework on this guy, and you ask a question like that, you're wasting this dude's time. He's only in here for 15 minutes, bro. He can only answer so many questions. Don't waste this man's time with questions like that. That's what annoys me, man.
Need to add some youth in there, on the interior and outside of tackle, and feel like we accomplished that. And we'll do some things in undrafted free agency as well that'll, again, add to the competition and the depth out there.
Like, I'll say the things that the coaching staff and the GMs can't say because it'll get them fired. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I gotta come out here and roast these media people like every time I see pressers, man, like, I'll do it. I'll say what these guys can't say. But this is what's going through their brains. Come on now. Be real. It's going through their brains. But they can't say it. Well, they'll be in hot water. It'll be in every press conference, news, media outlet, everywhere. If they say something even remotely foolish. So, it is what it is. I'll do what I have to do. I got y'all's back.
Hey Dan, thanks for doing this.
Yeah.
Without setting myself up to be made fun of because of how I pronounce the kid's name by Joe, Jackson, the guy you just added from
Yeah.
Miami of Ohio. Do you see him as kind of a special teams cog, or what's your outlook on him? He doesn't have a lot of playing time prior to last year.
Yeah, good player, really good instincts. He can run. He plays fast. He sees it really well. A guy that we're obviously excited about. You know, I think he's definitely going to be able to contribute on special teams, and again, like every area, like he's going to have a chance to compete and show us what he can do.
Excellent question about that dude right there, because I had the same question as well when we drafted him. I didn't understand why we picked him, but now that he's saying special teams, yeah, it makes sense. That's what I assumed. I didn't want to say it, you know, on stream, but I assumed it. I at one point did mention that in passing through the team chat, my whole team chat that I do, with others, but I wasn't completely sure. So now that we cleared that up, that's good.
And then with Will Lee, do you see him primarily working outside boundary wise? I know he brought up how much he likes doing press man, but obviously that's not something you guys do a ton. Do you guys see him as like a long-term outside cornerback?
Yeah, you know, I think obviously I'll leave that up to the coaches for what they want to do with him. At Texas A&M, he played on the outside, and he's really good at press, and I think he's a guy that, as he continues to grow and mature in the game, he'll be able to, you know, figure out off coverage and some of the things that we do schematically. I think he's just a really good fit for us by the way he plays, the temperament he plays with, the swag he plays with out there. Just a guy that we really loved.
So what that pretty much told me, he's not going to outright say it, I think, is that the defensive coaches all got together and decided this dude was the right pick. You know, and convinced him with whatever information they had to say, okay, yeah, let's go get this dude. And Dan Morgan's like, okay, sure. You know, I trust my defensive coaching staff. You know, you guys seem to know what you're doing. So I'll go get this guy for you. You know, and add on his knowledge of what he knows about defense as well. You know, being a former defensive lineman or a linebacker, that kind of comes into play too. So it's like, okay, well, let's combine all that knowledge and say, yeah, let's go get him. And then trust his coaching staff to say, okay, I'm going to let you guys pick what you want to do with him. I like that. That's trust in the coaching staff. And it's led to results.
Joe Person, followed by Sheena Quick.
Dan or Dave can address this, or both of you. Kind of following up on Darren's question. Was this a draft where you guys wanted to, you know, kind of look long term more so maybe than short term?
Oh, I'll answer that. I mean, for me, it's always about right now, this season and what we're doing, and trying to make sure that we can get the most out of our guys that we currently have. We always start with our roster, but then, you know, trying to find guys that fit the traits and characteristics, personality of who the Panthers are. And that's what we were looking for, is just get more of that. And it's going to be the same thing every year. You know, how can we make the 2026 Panthers the best possible unit that we can make it? And if we have guys that, you know, bring a certain skill set at any position to give them a chance to compete and be out there, you know, we just feel like it elevates the whole group.
And I'll also add on to that, it's also long term as well, because you want these guys to stay here long term and make a bigger impact long term. So like say when we drafted Derek Brown, You know, it's not just focused on this year. It's focused on the future too. Like, can he play well for the entire rookie contract and then fight for an extension? You know, how big of an impact is this rookie going to make on this team? You know, in order to fight for this extension. So I like that. That explanation of short-term stuff, yes, that is completely true too. So, but yeah, I wanted to add on to that because it's not just short-term, it's long-term too. Because we're trying to retain players, we're not trying to lose players, good players. Because we've seen what happens when we lose good players.
Dan, there's a lot every year. It's really since you took over, people and you have drafted tight ends, but there's this feeling I think that you guys need to go get a number one tight end. Is that shared in the building, or I don't know? You addressed it a little bit last week.
Yeah, we have a lot of confidence in the guys that are on our roster, and I said that before.
Thank you. There it is. There it is. Everybody was talking up tight ends. That's all you heard about, like, the entire month of April. And everybody wanted us to go get that Oregon tight end in the first round. When we didn't, everybody got pissed off. And I was like, go listen to damn Oregon. Listen to what this man says. He said it multiple times on multiple Q&As. Come on. Do you have to hear it again in order to get a clue? Even the sports media. Do you need to hear it again? He'll say it again.
For, you know, with Tommy and with Mitch and with Jatavian and James Mitchell, and, you know, we have some guys that we're excited about, and, you know, again, we'll always look for, you know, avenues to make the roster better. If we feel like we need to, you know, figure out tight end and bring a different skill set in, then we'll do that. But right now, we feel good about it.
Everybody that still thinks we should have gotten a tight end, you are barking up the wrong tree. I'm telling you right now, you are. You're kicking a dead horse. He's said it multiple times, and he'll continue to say it multiple times. We're happy with what we have. Thank you. Moving on.
And then, Dan, any positions where you feel like you're still maybe a little light, whether it's inside linebacker or even corner?
And I'll allow that last question because about the tight ends, because people just still don't have a clue. They're still not getting it. You know, I'm not going to bash that question. Now, this question is important. Let's see how he answers this.
You know, I think, again, we're always going to find ways. We're never going to be content. We're never just going to sit there. We're just going to try to add as much depth and competition to the roster as possible, and, you know, we'll keep doing that moving forward.
He's not going to answer that question, dude. No self-respecting GM or head coach will answer that question about what weaknesses we still have. Why would you advertise that to the world? Nobody is going to advertise that to the world. Like, I don't understand why they keep asking this same question every single year. Post-draft. Same question. It drives me absolutely bananas. You know you're not going to get an answer on that. So stop trying.
Good afternoon, guys. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Just a question about Lee and Wheatley. What specifically did you guys see in those two players that made them a fit for the corner and safety rooms that you guys have right now?
Lee and Wheatley?
Yeah, Willie.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. You want to go?
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah. You know, we look for play style first and foremost. Trying to project, you know, the athletic ability to contribute is obviously a big part of it. But then once we kind of know and identify guys that we feel like can impact us and can play in the NFL from an athletic standpoint, then we go to play style. And, you know, Will Lee, Dan kind of talked about it a little bit, the length, the aggressiveness, his ability to play physical at the attack point, whether it's on bubble screens or getting involved in the run game. We ask our corners to tackle, you know, and be a part of the fits in our system with our crack replace rules and different things like that. So we felt like he really fit that mold. And then for Zakee Wheatley, he's just a really instinctive player, a physical player, shows up downhill, takes really good angles, runs downhill. He's all over the field. And, you know, just that kind of activity on the back half it's really crucial for how we play football and guys being able to see the formation, anticipate concepts, and then show up physically and play with that type of attitude that we're looking for. We had a great time, you know, meeting with Zakee at the Combine and just kind of picking his brain about what he knew, what he was looking for, and where he came from and how he's become the player that he's come. And we just loved all the background and everything, and it really shows on film. And he was one of my favorite guys just through the process to see him and the play style that he brought.
Thanks, guys.
We have time for just a few more. We'll go back to Mike K.
Okay. So that really put us inside the head of like what they're looking for. And I like that. He listed off a few bullet points of like what he sees in these players and like the three modes of what you're looking for. And once you check off the first box, you go to the second box. Go to the second box, you go to the third one. And if the player fits all three, you say, yep, we're drafting him. And I like that idea of focusing on tackling. That stood out to me in that answer. Because of the fact that if you're building a defense, the first thing these guys have to do is to be able to tackle. If they cannot tackle, I don't want them. Period. I don't care who you are. You could be Joe Dirt from off the street. If you can't tackle, I don't want you on the defense. And that's basically what he's starting with is can you tackle? Can you do certain things? Can you show intelligence in certain coverages? You know? Can you show fundamentals? And if the answer to all of that is yes, let's continue. You know what I mean? Let's continue to have conversations with them and find out the intelligence level. And the football IQ. I like that. And that really goes a long way. So it shows they have the proper method of how they're getting these guys. Because it's starting to pay off. And it's showing up on the field. And it's showing up on the stat board. Showing up on the scoreboard. And with turnovers as well. Turnover creation.
Dave, this running back class was not particularly deep, at least on the outside looking in, and the selections that were made. You've had Jonathan in the program for about a week. Obviously, you're not doing any contact. You drafted ETN last year. I know we're talking about the moves you did make, but the fact that you guys didn't push for a running back with how much you publicly talk about wanting to run the ball, what does that say about those two guys and your guys' outlook on them?
Well, it goes beyond that, too. You know, A.J. Dillon's here. You know, Trey Tyus is a guy we're really excited about getting to see coming up here when we get into camp in the preseason games. And Montreal is another guy who, you know, played with this process. We always, you know, as we're looking at players in the draft, we kind of look at them compared to our roster, compared to the guys.
Okay, notice what he did there. He deflected to the other running backs on our roster. and took the attention off of Brooks. I think that's very important to note. Let's continue to hear what he has to say.
We have, who is this guy competing with in this room? Like, where do we see them being able to try to affect it? And we got a bunch of guys that we're really excited about. And, you know, of course, you talked about Jonathan and Trevor, you know, in that conversation as well. And we have high hopes for Jonathan, you know, and he looks great right now. Can't wait to, you know, in the smartest way possible, get him out there and expose him at the right time and get him accustomed to the things that we're doing. But, yeah, I love that group and love what Bernie Parmalee's doing with them and how they attack it. And, you know, we kind of tell them, you set the tone for the offense. And so we love the way those guys are built.
He did eventually get back around to Jonathan Brooks. But he deflected a little bit and he wanted to put the focus on the other running backs. That's important because Jonathan Brooks is still in that healing process. And he finally got clearance to do certain things, you know. And now the focus is on the other running backs. You know, what can they bring to the table? What can they show us that Brooks can't? You know what I mean? So we'll go from there.
And we haven't been able to talk to you about it yet, but Trevin and JT, are they both participating in the program as well?
Yeah, Trevin came back. He's doing really great in terms of getting back out there. JT's been cleared. Is doing more and more. So, but right now, as we know, you know, it's weight room and meetings right now. So until we get onto the field and kind of move them around, we still got to be smart about all that stuff.
I'm excited to see Trevin Wallace come back. He reminds me again, like, of AJ Klein, just being able to go laterally from sideline to sideline and just handle his business, stopping the run and tackling is big. We're gonna need that heavily in this defense, especially if you're running a 3-4. Is that it?
Yeah. Thank you.
That's it.
All right, guys, that's all the questions we have.
All right. We got one more. We got time for one more. It should be the last one anyway.
Chevy drivers need a truck that shows up the same way they do.
First round press conference? I mean, I don't feel like we need to do that one. We already know what's in the mind of Dan and Dave and all them after watching that first video. I'll tell you what, I'll watch that one on my own time, since we've already covered that. So,
all right. So
day 2.
First off, jacked about tonight and being able to get Lee Hunter and Chris Brazel, two guys that we obviously thought very high of. Start off with Lee, just like big, physical, point of attack guy who's athletic enough to get up and down the line of scrimmage, makes a lot of plays, eats up a lot of blockers for the linebackers, a guy we're really excited about. Chris Brazel, obviously a big, long linear receiver with a big catch radius, can adjust really well downfield. He's got the speed to take the top off, take it the distance. So another guy, again, we're extremely excited about. Good day. Work's far from over. But yeah, we're headed in the right direction. We feel good about the draft so far, and you know, we're going to keep building and adding pieces and following the board, and you know, because that's what we've really been doing up to this point, is just kind of following the board and letting that kind of guide us.
Why'd you get straight up?
You want to say anything?
Sorry.
Oh, just yeah, I'm just excited about the guys, and again, just committed to the process of taking the best player on the board, and you know, we couldn't pass up on an opportunity for a violent player like Lee, and then Chris, you know, he's one of my favorite players in the draft. Just his film over the last 2 years, when you look at Tulane and then you look at Tennessee and you kind of combine all of it, you're going to get a full picture of a route tree, body control, ability to do those things, and of course just the ability to stretch the field and really put stress on teams from a vertical standpoint. And so, we weren't expecting Chris to be there. We were sitting there waiting, and he just kept dropping right to us, and just what a great opportunity for us to just again just add to that room, just another element, another dimension, and create a competitive roster.
Go ahead, Mike.
Sure. What made you guys trade up a couple of picks to get Lee?
The board was kind of thinning out at the time. We just felt like, hey, like this is like the last guy that we kind of had a little in the higher rounds, and we just felt like, hey, let's go get our guy instead of kind of settling for somebody else. We're like, let's go get our guy. We were all convicted on him, not only as a player but as a person.
Do you see him?
Okay. So when he says the board was thinning out, that means that you're talking the top layer guys, Then you got the next layer, and then the next layer, and the next layer down. So he's approaching this in layers. Interesting. Huh. That's what I'm getting out of this. Maybe I'm misinterpreting this, but that's what I'm getting. Okay, so he was the last person out of that tier of players that he's still out on his board. Interesting. Okay.
As being a nose that can kind of complement a rotation of Turk and Bobby, or how do you guys view him from a style standpoint?
Yeah, let's get him in here and see what he can do. Just in our schemes, and that part will make a lot of sense for us. But when you're an interior defensive lineman, it all starts with violence, and that's one thing that he kind of characterized himself. What's your play style? Violence. And repeatedly said violence. Just the way that he's disruptive and explosive at the line of scrimmage, and then we'll figure out the pieces from there. But we have a really good group in there, versatile guys that we can use in different ways.
And I would add too,
violence, huh? Interesting.
Like the way that we play our D line, like there's really not like starters. Like we're rotating a bunch, so he's just going to be in that rotation. He can play nose, he can play a little DN in the 3-4. So he brings a lot of versatility.
Okay, he brings a lot of versatility. You say he plays with violence. Is there any chance that he settles in and becomes a starter? Like a solidified starter that starts like a certain percentage of snaps versus everybody else? That's my question. Is there potential for him to become that? Huh. Okay.
Are you concerned that the Jets might take him at 50?
I was a little concerned that, D-line's pretty thin this draft. So I felt like, hey, let's go get our guy. Let's make sure we get who we want. And that's why we traded up and got aggressive.
The first two.
He's not going to say it, but he probably thinks the answer to that question is yes. Although, if I were in that position, I would probably say no. Because the Jets are not smart enough to go for a player like that. But at the same time, you don't want a player like that ending up with the Jets to where he wastes his whole rookie contract, and then you eventually get him as a free agent after he's already been trained into the Jets system. So then you have to retrain him into a 3-4 system. So I think that was the mindset there. So if he thought that the Jets might take him, the idea is to get get your hands on that player before the Jets get a chance to try to go for him, whether they're going to get him or not. So that's the mindset there. He's not saying it out loud, but that's the mindset because we know how the Jets operate.
Picks obviously on the line. What does that say about, was that something you really wanted to address coming in?
Yeah, I think, Coach and I and the rest of the staff, we believe in building it up front and winning the line of scrimmage. And I think if you can win the line of scrimmage on both.
I want to hear the answer to this one more time. Y'all need to hear this. This is important.
Was that something you really wanted to address coming in?
Yeah, I think, Coach and I and the rest of the staff, we believe in building it up front and winning the line of scrimmage. And I think if you can win the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, you have a chance to win every single game. So,
boom, boom. Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear him say that right there? He said, let me repeat that for the people that didn't hear that. If you build it well on both sides of the ball, you have a chance to win every single game. Boom. Dan Morgan says it. I've been saying it. Look at the success we've had. The proof is right there. It's on the scoreboard. It's in the win-loss column now. After year 2. All you got to do is look at it. I am done trying to convince these people that don't understand this, how this works. Just listen to our GM. Finally, we have a GM that understands this. Thank God. Thank God, man. It's been too long. It's been way too long. This is the GM we've been waiting for in Carolina. Right here. A man that puts that as his core principle for building a team. And then going from there. Thank you. Thank you, Dan Morgan. Thank you.
Yeah, that's definitely a point of emphasis.
Notice how much he freaking emphasized that. You know what I mean? That man didn't waste any time answering that question. I love it.
You haven't had a guy with this type of speed in this offense so far, a guy that can, get downfield, like you said, vertically, consistently. What is it about a guy that has that type of size and speed that makes him so dynamic outside of the route tree that you
What is it about a guy that has a deep route tree that makes it dynamic? I think you just answered your own question, bro. I mean, really. Does this dude know football at all? Have you played Madden? Have you thrown in a deep pass at all? You would understand this. It's not rocket science. It's common football knowledge.
But it's the ability to take those traits, but then also to play the ball in the air. One of the things that Chris showed is his ability to play the deep ball, land on his feet, finish the play. That's something.
That's what you should have asked, is what traits Chris Brazzell brings to the table as a deep route runner that these other guys are not bringing, that made you want to choose him. That's what you should have asked, and that's what he's answering right now.
I think that's very rare, where a lot of times you'll see a guy high point a ball, lay out for it, they end up on the ground. He's just got a special balance with how he finishes, which translates that speed and that size, so just all those things, and we've seen how we've been able to use Xavier, T-Mac, Jalen, with all the intermediate stuff and have gone down the field a little bit, you know, and taken some opportunities. But, you know, I think about the space created when they know this is a real burner, and what that does to safeties, what that does to corners, and just creating space for the whole group.
You mentioned a few guys in that wide receiver room. Can you have too much talent in a room?
Absolutely not. You just, you know, you continue to add great players and.
Wow. Do we have too much talent in the wide receiver room? Really? Really? That's your question? Bro. Oh. Thank you for entertaining me with that dumb question right there. Wow. That was really non-football intelligent right there. Wow. Now that we got that out of the way.
And it elevates everybody's play. How that plays out, we'll see.
Let's
You
get
know,
back
there's a
to the
lot of
real
work that's got to be done from now until we start the season, and it's just great to continue to add those guys so that we have different elements and increase the level of competition in the room.
To call Chris one of your favorite players in the draft, was there a particular game, particular play that kind of pops in your mind that you kind of point to and say, that's who this guy is?
I can't
There
say
we
anything specifically, but just the body of work, his ability to have the vertical speed and threat, but then his ability to drop his weight, get in and out of breaks really efficiently is one of the things that I was so impressed with. And, you know, in our conversations, you know, as we were going through the process, I was like, guys, look at this. Typically when a guy's 6'4", they don't have that type of bend and flexibility and power to stop on a dime and get out. That's really valuable when you're a vertical threat, because it's a two-way go for you at that point. And then, of course, it was just the acrobatic body balance and ability to stay on his feet to track the ball down the field that I really just fell in love with, you know, and look, you know, was really excited to get an opportunity to work with those skills.
You guys had him in on a 30, I think.
Yeah, we did.
What was that visit like with him?
It was great. It was great. You know, great personality. Obviously, another guy that loves football, and you know, he bleeds it. And I think on our call, when we called him, you could hear the excitement in his voice about coming here and competing and adding to that wide receiver room.
Any text from Bryce tonight about Brazel?
I haven't looked at my phone yet. But I'm sure Bryce will be happy about that.
Your response or assessment of the in-person visit with Chris?
Yeah, so we had him at the combine first, and then we brought him in for the 30 visit, get to spend a little bit more time. And what impressed me about him is just when he talks about what he was working on, that's something that's really big for me, having receiver coaching background. When I can hear a guy talk about the different skills that they're working on, the drills they're doing, he's got a brother, you know, and like they're doing one-on-ones, and he loves the game. He's about his craft, and you can see that on the field. You can see how compact and efficient he is with his footwork and different things. But that always impresses me when a guy has a plan for what they're trying to improve upon.
I like that too. That impresses me as well. I'll agree with that.
So many kind of players that fit what you guys want to do, that got a lot of hype entering the draft. Originally it felt like you were going to come in after the end of the third round. Why did you guys kind of stop and come up now as opposed to maybe tracking the rest of the draft possibilities heading to that?
Why did we come up in the...
Like, the draft is still going on.
Oh, got you. Yeah, I mean, there's still guys out there, but, you know, we traded up once, and obviously we had to give one of our 5s, and we got a 6 back. But, you know, I think in our situation, like, we feel good about where we're at and what our board looks like, and we'll be ready for tomorrow.
I think you're averaging like 6'2", 6'3" in your receiver room now. How important was it to establish that identity, or what does it do for your offense to have a receiver room like that?
Just great players. We're not really necessarily trying to set a prototype. We just happen to continue to have opportunities to bring in these massive men, you know, and all the way down to Bryson Tremaine, who's 6'5" and goes about 220. You know, they're These guys are rugged in the run game. That's really important to us. That's something that Brad harps on, that Rob Moore is really serious about, because we know we're going to run the ball, and that length and size does help us with some of the different things that we do with the run game. And then, of course, just like creating an advantage, as a target. When you have that type of size and length, length is very forgiving in terms of getting body position and finishing on the ball. And that's what we've seen out of our guys, being able to make those plays in contested situations. And now we got a guy who's tall and he's also really fast, and so his length and all those things will continue to help him, and the speed also.
Along those lines, there was a lot of speculation that you guys wanted like a yards after catch guy, that somebody you could also involve in the run game from a receiver standpoint. Was that a thing and it just didn't quite fit with your board?
Ooh, good question. Joe coming in with some good ones today.
I think he does have a little run after catch. Obviously he's got the
I love run after
4.37
catch.
speed. So he is a guy that can, if he gets it and he hits a crease, he has the speed to take it the distance. And, where we're at, making the playoffs and kind of being a little further back in the order, obviously that's going to limit you and, who's going to be available to you as well. So we're just jacked that we could get Chris there at the end.
Maybe not
I love run after catch and I love yards after catch. Rack and yak. Love it.
position of need, but is there a certain position in this draft that's kind of gone differently than maybe you had projected, or maybe a trend that you've noticed in these first three rounds?
I think you just see, once like the tight ends went on a run there for a little bit. The wideouts started kind of going on a run there towards the end when we picked Chris. I think, once one guy starts getting picked and I think teams start seeing guys fall off the board, kind of makes everybody a little antsy, and, they start picking that position. So I don't know if there's one particular position, but I think, once you see, a particular guy come off the board, I think teams get a little spooked and they'll go on runs.
That's exactly how runs work in the NFL during draft runs. He just explained it to everybody basically how that works and what GMs are thinking. You know what I mean? Like what head coaches are thinking when that happens. It's like, yeah, we get a little bit spooked. We got to go in and get our guy. Maybe they trade up. Maybe they get freaked out. But if you were doing your homework properly and you realized, okay, yeah, there's a run, but we don't have to get spooked because our guy is this far down, on that list. Maybe we could get somebody else before that, and maybe wait until the next round to get this player if he lasts that long. And it's a question of, does he last that long? Do we think he will? Or do we not? It's that simple. That's for the people that don't really understand that.
And as you look at as you look at the roster as a whole, and as it's got better and deeper, does it change the way you look at day 3 of the draft, just in terms of how guys fit and whether they make the roster, that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think the big thing is going to be how can guys contribute on special teams. We only have a certain amount of guys we can dress on game day, so
true.
These guys, here towards the end of the draft, they're going to have to be good teamers, to be able to make our team and contribute the way we want them to.
Does that look like linebackers and safeties, tight ends?
It could be a combination of guys. That's a good try, though.
Team
Yeah,
guys,
definitely. It's usually linebackers, tight ends. It can be corners, safeties, returners. So we'll explore every option, and we'll pick the right guy for us.
Does Chris have any? He doesn't have any return background, does he?
No.
No.
No. Yeah.
All right, everybody good? Thank you.
They were trying to get him to say, we're targeting this position, in order to get some type of a hint right there, and you're not going to get one. Sorry. GMs are not going to do that. Like, good effort though, Joe. Good effort. But they're just not going to do that, bro. Like, you should know that by now. You've done enough of these pressers. Come on, man. Come on, dog. Like, I'm not letting you off the hook for that one, bro. Come on, man. Alright, that is... That is that. I'll tell you what. For anyone in chat, is there any video that you would like to see me react to for a future stream? Let me know. I'm not going to do it today. But if I get like 2 or 3 of these videos, that I think are worth checking out, then I'll spend about an hour and a half, and just for one day, in the next 2 weeks, and just react to those videos. But it's got to be worth my time. Thus far, I haven't seen anything that really fits what I want to do. Let's see. Oh, Steve Smith. Steve Smith breaks him down. Yeah. I think everybody's pretty much seen that by now, though. That was like a month ago. And also, Jonathan Brooks, congratulations on being baptized. Love that. Let's see. Oh, wow. Is that a Browns reactor? Apparently 99% of the Browns fans want Shedeur Sanders to play and 1% want Watson to play. Apparently so. Ooh, they got Drew Brees on 4th and 1? Interesting. He knew he had to change the culture. Let's see. That might be the second one I react to on a separate stream. That might be the second one. And I'll do Steve Smith as well. Let me see what else. Is there anything worth my time? Chris Sims slams Bryce Young. Oh. Okay. Ranked 31st? Okay. Back up. Are you just ranking quarterbacks just on QBs? Like, how you feel about said QB? Or are you ranking them based on what they've actually done successfully on the field? Because if you're ranking them successfully, what they're doing successfully on the field, 31st is insulting. That is insulting, Chris Sims. Come on now. Be better. That's a Bryce Young hater right there. That's exactly what that looks like. I'm not going to say anything more. Let's see. Anything else? Day 1 mini camp. Okay, so you do have some people like covering mini camp. That's cool. I don't necessarily do that. Let me see. You got the GOAT Talk over there on Black Cat Panther Podcast. I really enjoy GOAT. I think he's an awesome dude. He has some very interesting conversations sometimes. Debates and stuff. I don't think there's really anything else. You know, I don't think there's anything else, y'all. I'll tell you what. We'll do the 2 reactions that I mentioned and the 2015 thing, series of videos in a separate stream. Because I would like to, the 2015 stories. I would eventually like to react to those. And the Legends Roundtable. So, we'll do all that in a separate stream. I'm not doing the card talk stuff. I'm not really interested in that. Because that's not going to teach us anything. Maybe Panthers Tales. Yeah. Panthers Tales, because I want to do the Mike Rucker one, and I want to do the Trey Boston one. I'm not as familiar with Chris Magnum. So, that's what I'll do on a separate stream. It is getting late. I don't want to hold everybody up tonight, so we've been in here long enough. Appreciate you guys, but I wanted to at least get the post-draft opinions and things of that nature out of the way. I'm going to be real with you. I'm going to have more information on these players that we drafted at that point in time. I haven't taken the time to go diving into these players as much as I would like to, because I've had a lot of other stuff on my plate lately. So we'll do that. And also, I took some time to just relax a little bit too during the first couple weeks of May. So we'll do one more of these Panther streams, and then we'll curtail that until July. Sounds good, guys? Sound good? Sound good? Sound good? Sound good? Alrighty. Well, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for in-game post balls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. Search the schedule for the channel and for the Auto Sports app. Keep pounding Fantasy Ball League. If you like the intro on your screen, go check out Lindara Ty on Instagram. She's looking for new clients. She's awesome to work with, fair priced, and just awesome in general. For videos, panels, etc., to enhance your streaming creation experience. go check out Monster Sub and Go. Blah, 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 blah. Monster Sub and Grub out in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Got tongue tied for a second there. Sorry. But yeah, Monster Sub and Grub. They allowed C3 to stream there. They allowed us to try to stream there as well. And we love you guys for that. Thank you so much. Go get yourself some tasty subs there. Some tasty food. And the owner's a Panthers fan. Tell him we said hi. And that we sent you. Also, check out Vinny's Pizza out there in Duluth, Georgia when you're in Dirty Bird territory during week 2 when we play the Falcons in the Mercedes Dome. You know, get yourself some tasty food, man. From real Italian pizza. That are the best pizzas in the Southeast, in my opinion. I have yet to try a lot of other kinds, but I really, really think that is the best pizza in the Southeast. Don't just take my word for it. Try it yourself. Shout out to everybody in this chat that has come by and talked to us today. Lock Poppy, my moderator. You got Living Night. You got Marcos Cash. And you got Carolina Panthers guy. Go sub to him. Go show him some love over on YouTube. And other platforms. I'm not sure what other platforms he's on. But yeah, go give him some love, man. Let's see. Shout out to all the other podcasters doing that thing. C3, Up 2020, Pat Coltrane, Black Cat Panther Podcast, and many, many, many more doing that thing out there. Much love to y'all. Keep doing your thing. Expect some gaming podcasts out of me pretty soon. Some game streams, and some concert series vlogs as well. I'll be doing those throughout this year as part of a new series. We'll also be doing a music podcast featuring my guitarist Jeremy. He's been on stream for the game streams before and on one music podcast as well. So people seem to really enjoy that. So we're going to do that. And people really enjoy the concert series as well from the 2 vlogs that I put out. So really looking forward to continuing that for you. And expanding the channel in that way. Also, make sure to sub to Blitzball Champ and Carolina Bloody Blue Podcast, who are under our umbrella of streamers. For our family of streamers. And Blitzball does wrestling and Panthers content. So look out for his vlog and stuff from Japan. He'll be doing some stuff about Japan for his trip there later on this year. So we're really excited for that. You know, I want to see his content when it comes to that too. I want to say thank you for all the support and everything you guys have thrown our way. We really, really appreciate that. You know, welcome to the family if you're a new follower or a new sub. Welcome to the Keep Pounding crew. Thank you, thank you. And we hope to continue putting out good content for you guys. And honoring the Sam Mills legacy. on our channel with the Keep Pounding name. With all the love and support in the world, we encourage prayer requests or good vibe requests. Please do ask for that in our stream, and we will definitely give that to you when we are not reacting to a game, an actual NFL Panthers game. So, but yeah, no worries if you're not a Christian and you still want to give a good vibe request. Please do. We encourage all of it. As always, stay happy, healthy, and well, guys. Look out for the next stream here coming soon. Until then, you know what to do. Keep pounding. Peace, guys. I'm out.
Thank you.